and joining us, and I hope you can continue to enjoy it. This will now repeat. We'll start over, and then we start again tomorrow. We're going to have fresh programming every day. So quite a challenge. Join us today. And if you want to become a volunteer, Pagan World TV at gmail.com. Blessings, and thank you for all of you who joined us today. Good day to day 3 of the Pagan World TV. It's part of a larger project, if people have been asking me, called the Pagan World Project, which is paganworld.co, and you can get involved in many different ways. We have many different groups. We have many different ways to get involved. So there's a larger group behind this, not just Roku, not just television, but a lot more. And so today we're going to bring you more episodes of Living the Wiccan Life, because people have really enjoyed it. Foxglove, Terry Milton's pieces, we've done those. We have lesson 2 of cosmology, of the witch school lessons, along with living Journey to the Parliament. And Ellen Evert Hopman is presenting from MoonCon, a history of the Druids. And of course, our big musical number today is Mama Gia from her Three Gates Festival concert. So check it out. We're welcoming, and we hope that you will enjoy this today. If you ever want to leave a comment, paganworldtv at gmail.com, because everybody has Gmail.
Welcome. This is Krystel with today's episode of Living the Wiccan Life. Today we have a guest, and our guest will be explaining and helping me demonstrate the art of manifesting. My guest today is the Reverend Donald Lewis. Welcome, Reverend Don.
Greetings, Krystel.
Greetings, Don.
Today we're going to talk about manifestation and the simple technique of manifestation that you and I use every day. And we do this every day, or as near to every day as possible, and we do it together because we work extremely well together. It's been our experience that when 2 or more people work together, there is always more energy. We also do it separately when we're not together, and so it can be done by any individual at any time to manifest what you desire. It's not instantaneous, of course, but it works amazingly well, and we highly recommend it. You want to begin by clearing and releasing, letting any and all excess energy flow out of you like water. And focus yourself on what it is you wish to accomplish in the moment at hand. And between the 2 of you, or in front of you if it's only one, imagine a ball of clear, beautiful white light. And you're going to focus your desires into that ball of light. And we have our hands up, as you see, because we're focusing energy into that center. We're pulling that energy from the ambient energy of the universe, focusing it upon the center, where we are setting our intent for the things we wish to manifest. And we're going to use the all-purpose incantation that we favor and have favored for many years, and which is modified from the works of Marion Weinstein, who I believe may have modified it from other people's work before. Behold, there is one power in the universe, and we are perfect manifestations of that power, and as such we will, for me, a good day with no arguments or serious problems, happiness, success, prosperity.
For me, continued energy, perfect health, continued creativity, continued productivity in all the projects that I am involved in, happiness for all that I love, for all those whom I love, increased prosperity and joy.
And as you do this, you should feel the energy building, and you should continue to focus more and more energy into the center. And if when you first try it you have trouble feeling that, imagine it strongly. You will soon be able to feel it. And when you are ready, and when you have set your intent, behold, we will this, we draw it to us, we manifest it. And when I manifest it, I send forth a beam of light from my crown chakra, which goes out into the universe and grabs the goal and pulls it back to me. And I feel it return, and I continue. We receive this, we accept it, and we give thanks for it. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
And then we take our ball of light, and we compact it down and send it into being.
Yes, we do.
And then we hug because we're huggy people. If you do this every day, it metaphysically helps to bring your goals into manifestation. It also helps you to stay mentally focused on them, which is a benefit in itself. We have done this every day for quite a good long time. We learned this from our ancestors, and we have found it terribly effective. It doesn't mean that everything you manifest will be there the next day, but I do find that it moves us in the direction we wish to go, and can be very, very effective.
Yes.
So thank you, Krystel.
Thank you, Reverend Dunn, for being here today and for sharing this with us. And as always, thank you so much for our time together. I do so enjoy it. May you indeed, blessed be.
Do you want to become involved? Do you want to see your commercials, your speaks, your community up here? Become a vendor or a sponsor, and you will be seen on every day for a year. We're making it a terrific value. You can take a look at it, but would you like to be seen here for a year? Join us. Today's the day offer. And so check it out at pagan.world.
Welcome. This is Krystel with today's episode of Living the Wiccan Life. And today I'm excited to share with you something I have recently begun doing. This is an exercise to raise energy. What you do is you stand with your feet flat on the floor, and you hold your hands down and you release. And you breathe in, and you breathe out, and you let all strain and all tension go. And in and out. Do this 3 or 4 times until you are very comfortable. Then, on the soles of your feet, feel the chakra in the soles of your feet open, and golden light, the golden light of the earth, enter your feet and rise up through the soles of your feet into your body. And feel this golden light which heals you, which gives you strength, which uplifts you, flowing through your body and filling it on all levels, every nook and every cranny. And then breathe once or twice more to relax with this feeling. Now, open your crown chakra. And above it, about 6 inches, is a sphere, a beautiful, brilliant white light, full of iridescent little sparkles. This is the light of the universe, the divine light of love of all that is. And take a minute to really feel and be aware that this sphere is above you. Now, once again, open your crown chakra and feel the light of the universe flowing into your body and filling it, going all the way down, filling every portion of your body, down through your feet, and going on down into the earth to mix. Now the energies of the earth and of the universe are mingled in your body. Focus your attention on the center of your body, which is slightly just below your navel. This is your personal power point in your body. And focus on that until you feel the energy collecting there and concentrating there. And take a minute to enjoy this feeling. And now feel the energy that is yours, your own unique energy, your feeling tones as that it were. And now feel this combined energy, the energy of the earth, the energy of the universe, your own unique energy, spill out and fill your whole entire body until your body tingles and pulses. Feel that sensation. And now concentrate on your hands, on the palms of your hands, and feel that energy rush to your hands. Feel your hands grow warm. Feel them tingle. Feel the light of all this energy fill your hands and spill out a little bit beyond your hands. Feel its strength, its warmth, its love. Now that you have this energy, there are many things that you can do with it. In the last episode, we did manifestation. This can be used to add to the energy of manifestation. This can be used to charge and empower a ritual tool. This can be used to add to the power of a spell you are working on. One of the favorite ways I do this is with friends, and we will pick a goal, and we will turn our hands which are now full of this energy and hot and tingling, to the center, and we will see the energy build, and we will see our goals in the center of the circle that we are all making. And we will state what we desire to experience, and then we will feel the energy build and surround us. And then I will count to 3. And at the count of 3, I will clap my hands. We will all clap our hands if it is a group, and release the energy into the universe to be accomplished. 1, 2, and 3. Another way to use this is to do physical healing on yourself or someone else. If you need healing, raise the energy this way. Put your hands on the spot that needs healed. Another thing you can do with this is to help increase the health of plants, as this plant here. The only thing with plants is you need to be careful not to overwhelm it. You don't want to fry your plant with too much energy. So be gentle and start with small amounts on this. When you are done with whatever use you have made of this energy, be certain to ground and release all excess energy. Releasing all excess energy into the earth, feeling it flow from me, feeling it flow back down into the earth from the soles of my feet, while keeping all the energy that I need for my personal health and well-being on all levels. Thank you so much for being here with me today. I always enjoy this time spent together. Blessed be.
Sarah had been trying to write a book for ages, but she was still on page 1, until she discovered SpeakYourOwnBook.com. Sarah teamed up with one of our trained writing coaches, who listened to Sarah's book idea, asked the right questions, and guided Sarah every step of the way. In 90 minutes, they had written the outline for Sarah's entire book. Within weeks, using the speak writing method, Sarah became a published author, both online and in print. Whether it's a textbook, an autobiography, a novel, or a children's book, SpeakYourOwnBook.com can help.
Yeah!
Visit our website today to download our free 50-question guide and schedule your free consultation. With Speak Writing, anyone can publish a book. Speak your own book today. You speak, we write.
All right. It's time to start here. I still see you, Ed, on the main screen there. Okay. That's cool. All right. Welcome to the Brain Magic Workshop. And should I be seeing that logo or should I be seeing me? That's the question. All right. I'll just keep going here. Okay. This is the evocation experience. What's that?
We are seeing you.
Okay, cool. All right. So this is Brain Magic, the evocation experience, and essentially I'm going to be pulling a little bit of information from one of my books, Brain Magic, which came out some years ago. And what this is just kind of a discussion. I'm going to want to get everybody into the experience pretty quickly here. So I'm going to keep the explanation, the theory down to a minimum, but we need just a little bit to get this to work. So the first part of this is that we're going to be dealing with evocation, and evocation is one of those very basic magical operations, along with invocation and banishing, that all magicians in the main schools of magic learn and study. Invocation is essentially the process of drawing qualities or deities into you. And so, typically in invocation, you would recite a poetry, sing a song, look at images, statues, etc. of your particular deity, and have some qualities from that deity, from that entity, drawn into you. For instance, if you wanted to remove the obstacles in your life, you would read something or look at an image or recite a mantra for Ganesh. Right? And there's, obviously millions of people who do that. And every god, goddess, etc., has their temples and places of worship and their bodies of literature and their poems and invocations and songs. All right. Evocation, on the other hand, is objectifying qualities and quantities so they are something external to you, and speaking to them and communicating with them as external entities. Now, there are a number of ways of looking at this. The very, very old school, traditional magic traditions and many current traditions take the idea of these kinds of entities, gods, goddesses, orishas, loas, demons, angels, etc., as objective consciousnesses that are out there in the world that we bump into the way that we bump into your neighbor next door and talk to them and so on. In the movie version of evocation, the magician is in some big circle and calling things and reciting these names and calling forth, and suddenly the demon from the other world appears and grants whatever wishes. And usually in the movies, though, it goes horribly awry, and the demon trashes everything and has to be subdued by the heroes and so on. Now, as a result of some of the movie versions and some of the traditional versions that pose this whole thing as being very weird and dangerous, we come to this idea that evocation is this very rare, and summoning spirits, it's a very rare and difficult and dangerous art. And when I came into magic many years ago and began studying it, I took that as, for granted. Because that's what all the books said. And my first book, Future Ritual, I said that. I said, we're not going to deal with evocation in here because, whoa, it's just too dangerous. However, over the years, I began studying this, and I took a very different approach. One of the bases of the way that I work is I studied hypnosis for many years, actually since I was a kid. And one of the greatest hypnotists in the 20th century was a guy named Milton Erickson, Dr. Milton H. Erickson, MD. And he was amazing. He took a different approach to hypnosis at the time. And what he told us was that hypnosis was the conscious direction of natural changes in consciousness. He was able to access some of the ways that we normally shift consciousness when we think, daydream, relax, go into different states and so on throughout the day, and leverage those so that he had much more reliable and very deeper states of hypnosis that he was able to create. So I began thinking about magic in the same way, that perhaps magic is really, for it to work, right, there has to be some basis in, the natural flow of things, in the way our brains, our bodies, and the world work. So I began to think of some of these operations of magic as natural shifts in consciousness, in ways that we are normally, dealing with the world around us, but applying it more consciously. Now, in terms of invocation, right, we do invocation-like activities all the time. Let's say you're in a particular mood and you want to change it, or it's time to work or time to drive or something like that, and you want to inspire yourself to do it. So you pick out your favorite song or a particularly good song for working or driving or whatever it is, or being inspired, and cranking it up and doing your thing, right? And it changes your state. It gives you a little bit of quality of whatever that is, bringing it into you. And there's all sorts of ways that we do this kind of invocation. Evocation, similarly, it seems like a little bit of a stretch, but it is actually a very natural function and something that many of us do frequently. Now, for some of us, let's see, relating to things in the world around us as if they are entities, and maybe they are entities, maybe there are other entities, is based in our brain's mirror neuron system. Okay, the mirror neurons are motor neurons, and about 20% of your motor neurons are also mirror neurons. Right? Motor neurons are the little neurons in your brain, little cells in your brain that are involved in making your body move and registering the different movements and positions of your body. The mirror neurons are not only activated when you go to move your own body, but are also activated when you see somebody else engaged in an activity. And we've all had this experience. The most common one is why it's the reason why yawning is contagious, right? If you've ever been in a situation where one of your friends, you're sitting around with one of your friends, and hopefully not too closely these days, but this still works from 6 to 12 feet away. If somebody yawns and suddenly you just unconsciously find yourself yawning as well, that's your mirror neurons kicking into action. And yawns can be very contagious like that. And this is a different kind of contagion than the ones we've been dealing with lately, but more of a psychological contagion. And let's see, that's in the visual sense sometimes, or hearing a yawn will do that. If you are, in the visual sense, let's say you watch a Bruce Lee movie, you watch a great martial arts film, and suddenly, as he's doing it, you feel compelled to, make these moves, and go, oh, make the sounds and stuff like that, right? Again, that's your mirror neurons participating in this. Now, the difference between you and a great martial artist, maybe you are a great martial artist, I don't know, but the difference between a couch potato and a great martial artist watching the same Bruce Lee movie is that the martial artist who's familiar with those kinds of experiences, those moves, will obviously respond more intensely with more detail to the moves and so on. Now, this is all, so far, we're dealing in the visual sense. This also happens in the auditory sense, and one of the most common ones in our culture, experiences of mirror neurons, is the very, very important phenomena of air guitar, right? And in air guitar, right, you hear some great lick, you're listening to Jimmy Page, and he's just wailing away, and suddenly you feel like doing it yourself, right? A little wild stallion. Okay, and actually, there's this movie called, I think it's called It Might Get Loud, which has Jimmy Page and The Edge and Jack White talking about the guitar. And in one scene, Jack White is demonstrating some guitar licks. He's playing Seven Nation Army, it's a great song. And in the background, you see Jimmy Page playing air guitar. And I just thought, well, that's just perfect, because everybody in the world has, at least for one moment or another, played air guitar to Jimmy Page. But he does it too, and it's probably part of how he learns and so on. And you could see he was learning the licks to Seven Nation Army while Jack White was playing and so on. Now, the mirror neuron system is very important in learning, and it's how kids learn how to do all sorts of things, how to move and walk and eat and hold a fork and do all sorts of things by watching their parents and the people around them. Now, the weird thing about mirror neurons is that, well, let's see, also just continuing on other examples, in the auditory sense, hearing somebody's voice or tonality, if you're in a concert and people start yelling and cheering and stuff like that, you feel moved to join along and things like that. It becomes part of mass psychology when we get a lot of people together. Social distancing, we may see something different at it. A little less mirror neuron activation, right? But anyway, the mirror neurons have a very important function along with this imitative behavior, is that before they engage in this kind of thing, before they respond and make you play air guitar or yawn or something like that, they have to decide if what they're looking at, what they're seeing, hearing, feeling, etc., comes from an entity, a sentient being, or a chunk of cheese, right, or something else, a paperweight on your desk, right? So it's not going to respond to one thing, but to another. Now, mirror neurons can be easily fooled, right? And we do this all the time. If you've watched cartoons, right, like South Park, right? South Park, the cartoons are very crude, and I'm not talking about the humor. I'm talking about the artwork, right, where things look like they're pieces of cutout paper and stuff like that. They're not really. They're done in Corel Draw or something like that. But they look, but they have all the elements that get your mirror neurons to respond in ways that get you to laugh, to sympathize with the character, no matter how stupidly they act, and so on, and to accept them as real entities and to respond to what they're doing. And there's some cartoons that actually really, work hard to evoke, strong emotional responses. I remember seeing is it Disney that did Up? Whatever, one of those big animation studios did that movie Up, where the guy goes with the balloons in the house. And but the beginning to that is there's moments where it's very intense and sad and stuff like that. He loses his wife, and you're just watching the cartoon, and you have to remind yourself, damn, it's just a cartoon, right? And so we're able to identify things as entities and to relate to them as entities, even if they're not quite, okay? We also do create different kinds of entities that are external to us in a way. These are mimetic entities that we create through information. If you've ever written a piece of fiction and created a character and really fleshed them out and gave them, human qualities and the ability to speak and make decisions for themselves and things like that, you've performed a sort of evocation, right? You have created or externalized some factors as an entity. And those entities can live on well beyond you. I mean, look at, famous literary characters, like, for instance, Sherlock Holmes, right? Arthur Conan Doyle wrote that, long, long time ago. But we still have Sherlock Holmes lives on and has inspired people and has inspired real-life detectives and other writers and all kinds of crazy things like that. Okay, so so now we also have interesting phenomena in our own brains. Okay, that's talking about the mirror neurons and the ability of our brains to identify things as entities. Now, in our own brains, we have different kinds of personalities and different kinds of experiences and states that can easily be experienced or defined as other entities, as other intelligences. And let's say it's early in the morning, you just woke up, you haven't had your coffee yet. Are you the same person then as you are later in the day after breakfast and lunch and you're at work and you're working on something at work or dealing with customers or something like that, right? Do you have the same kind of responses to people? You probably don't, right? They're different personalities, but we do have part of our brain in the right parietal lobe that keeps it all on track, keeps it all together, and says, you are you, whether or not your personality is quite the same as it was. And, we see people who, through whatever mental health issues or drugs that they've taken or things like that, or illnesses that have different kinds of personality changes, they're still the same person, but they may be acting very differently in different things. For instance, a president who takes strong steroids for a COVID infection and then acts even weirder than he usually does. Right? So we don't know, is same person or not, or who, what are we dealing with? Now, the extreme version of that is the mental illness or mental syndrome of multiple personality disorder. And that's a real thing where people I mean, that's been fictionalized in the movies and so on, Sybil and so on, where a person has a variety of different discrete personalities that don't remember being the other ones. Now, in recent years, they've studied this multiple personality disorder with brain scanning equipment, which is something that's only really recently been available to do, the fMRI, the functional MRI machine, fMRI. And you can actually take someone and put them in there and see in real time what's happening in the brain when they're having certain experiences. And what they have found is with people who have multiple personality disorder is that they can actually see in the brain where there are neurons that are activating that are actually the different personalities, and that they're not really interacting with each other, that they can arise simultaneously in the brain and not even be aware of each other, which is really kind of interesting. And in terms of magic, well, let's see. The multiple personality disorder has recently been used by scientists, and this is not just a woo-woo crazy idea from occultists, but there are scientists who have been studying this and used it as an argument to justify the Gaia hypothesis. The Gaia hypothesis is the idea that the planet Earth, the world where we are here, is one big sentient being, and we are all of its sub-personalities. And we don't remember being the other guy next to us, right? But that's how sub-personalities work. And on some greater level, we are all connected. And, now, the other interesting part of this, and we're going to get to the techniques very shortly, but the other interesting part of this is that when we engage with another human, we're not really necessarily engaging directly with them. We're engaging with a model that we've created of them in our mind. And we actually do reserve particular parts of our brain and certain neurons for particular people that we know well, and even for characters and actors and things like that that we like and that we follow and so on. So we can actually locate different people in our brains. And our brains are absolutely wonderful at simulating other people's consciousnesses. It's called theory of mind, and it allows us to predict what other people are going to do. Now, on the basic mirror neuron level, somebody comes to you, and don't do this at home because this is not approved COVID lockdown behavior, social distancing behavior. But if somebody comes to you and they stick out their hand to shake hands with you, your mirror neurons immediately calculate where their hand is going to be and brings your hand up to match it and to create that handshake. Right? Now, if you think about it, the actual movements involved are fairly complex. We're talking like, mathematical vectors. It's the complexity almost on the level of like two spaceships docking, which takes really big computers, right? Big ass computers that are able to calculate the vectors of a Crew Dragon spaceship approaching the space station and docking with it and so on, right? It has to be done very precisely and so on. But our mirror neurons do this on the fly and do all the calculations and so on. We also do broader social kinds of predictions, right? Let's say somebody says to you, hey, what if I went and told the boss that joke about, the old lady and the dwarves, right? And you go, oh, no, that's a little too racy for the boss, right? You'll get fired, right? No, that's a social prediction, right? You're able to kind of calculate, to project in the model in your brain of the boss how they will respond. It could be wrong, it could be right, but nonetheless, it's a fairly complex calculation and simulation that your brain is running very quickly and usually on an unconscious level that allows you to make those kinds of predictions, right? Should I ask so-and-so out to the dance, right, or out on a date, right? Your mind makes a prediction. Are they going to say yes? Are they going to say no? right? How's it going to go? What's going to happen? And again, you're working on this this internal model, which your unconscious mind has constructed and built. Okay, so with your ability to do that, we're able to relate to a lot of different things in the world around us as entities and to understand from them. We are also able to objectify some of our own experiences and to externalize them and talk to them as if they're entities. In 1914, Aleister Crowley wrote the introduction to MacGregor Mather's edition of the Goetia, of the Lesser Keys of Solomon. And in the introduction, Crowley wrote, "The 72 spirits of the Goetia are parts of the human brain." Now, first of all, at the time, wow, that was a really controversial statement, because the accepted traditional magic thing was that, these were they inhabited some astral plane somewhere. They had their own little, demon village on the other side of the astral plane where you'd call them and then they'd come and visit you and cross through the barrier. And so Crowley's saying, no, they're in our brain. And I used to correct him, not that I was around 1914, but when I would talk about this, I would correct him and say he probably meant the human mind. But actually, with the recent brain scan studies and things like that since then, yeah, he was pretty spot on with that yes, we can locate and identify entities right there in the brain. So what we're about to do is very similar to Goetia, only without all of the hoopla. Okay, you don't need to forge a sword for this. There's no incense involved, and it's only going to take a few minutes to do. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to meet two entities. We're going to start with a so-called demon, and then we're going to visit with an angel. Okay, a negative entity that we're going to transform and so on. Now, a lot of this is very similar to what some therapists did starting in the 1960s and 70s, which was called parts therapy. And Virginia Satir, who was she was the founder of family therapy and an originator of this idea of parts therapy. She would have her clients talk to the different parts. So let's talk to the creative part of yourself. Let's talk to that angry part of yourself. And then she would have clients do what she called parts parties, where the different parts would talk to each other and stuff like that. Later on, in a number of different systems picked that up. You had things like Gestalt therapy, where people talk to imagined people sitting in chairs. You had in NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, we carried on with some of the parts therapy ideas and did reframing with the different parts of consciousness and stuff like that. At one point, Richard Bandler, one of the co-founders of NLP, said, well, we don't really do that 6-step reframing anymore, because with these talking to the parts, some people found that very spooky. And of course, to my mind, that lit up and said, ooh, spooky. We magicians kind of like that. So I went a little bit further with that, and that's what we're going to do right now. So let's see. To begin this, just where you're sitting now, imagine a little circle around you, maybe at the length of your outspread arms. And in that circle, you're just going to sit there in the center and take a nice deep breath. And as you inhale, imagine your aura, your attention, expanding to fill that circle. So inhale and expand. And exhale, and it contracts down to a point in the center of your chest, in your heart chakra, if you'd like. Okay, so do a few breaths like that. Inhale and expand. Exhale and contract. All right, so just let your breathing relax, come to normal. And think about sometime recently or in the past when you had a mildly unpleasant experience. And if it's something that's in your life now that's kind of reoccurring, so much the better, because you'll get to test out the results of this in the future. But again, make it something mildly unpleasant, okay? This technique actually does work with things like major trauma and major depression and things like that. However, I can't really engage with everybody to make sure everybody's going through this properly at this point, since your cameras are and microphones are muted. I can't even see what you're doing. So again, keep it something mildly unpleasant that's happened to you recently or in the past, and if it's something recurring, somebody at work who annoys you, or a particular situation that you're not real happy with, or maybe you said something to somebody and you felt bad about it, whatever it is. Okay, so think about that. I'll give you a moment to find a good example, and recall whatever it is that you saw at that time. Okay, whatever is in your field of vision, movement or stillness. If there were other people that you saw, if it was bright or dim, and if you saw whatever colors you saw, etc. Okay? And as you recall what you saw at that time, remember what you heard. Sounds, silence, voices, rhythms, background sounds. Okay, and as you recall what you saw and what you heard, remember what you felt physically at the time, the position that you were in, anything that was touching you or that you were touching, temperature of the air, whatever muscles you were using, right? What muscles were engaged, what ones were relaxed. Okay, and as you continue to recall what you saw and what you heard and what you felt, remember the feeling of it being unpleasant, right? The feeling that lets you know that this was unpleasant. Okay, and first of all, notice what kind of feeling it was. Okay, there's all kinds of internal visceral feelings that we have, from pressure, temperature, movement, and so on. Texture, weight. And once you identified what kind of feeling it is and where it is, ask yourself, if this feeling had a color or colors, what would it be? Generally the first thing that comes to mind. And apply that color or colors everywhere in your body that you have the feeling. Okay. So at this point, you should have developed a colored three-dimensional shape in your body. All right. So just look at it in your mind. Notice the colors. Notice the shape. Notice where it is. And when you're ready, take a nice deep breath, and you can do this with your hands or just in your mind. Take that shape out of you and flip it around to face you and lock it there in place. Okay, if you're a traditional magician, you put it in the triangle of evocation to hold it in place there, but you can just know in your mind that it's securely locked in place. And once you have it there, breathe into it. Give it breath and attention. Give it energy from your breath, and notice what it does. Okay, at some point it's going to change shape, color, size, whatever. Okay, just notice what it does. And when you've noticed the change, open the lines of communication in your mind. And the first thing to ask it is, does it have a name? What would it like to be called? Or maybe there's a visual symbol that can be called. Now, just something so that you can refer to it and maybe call it back later. And again, generally the first thing that comes to mind. It could be a descriptive word, or it could be some name from another language, who knows. Okay. Once you have a name, use the name and ask it, what does it want? Why is it making you feel bad? Right? What's the purpose of making you feel bad? What does it hope to gain from that? Okay, and if it's just giving you some rude answers like, yeah, because I just don't like you, I don't want you, I want you to feel bad, something like that, just get a little bit further into it. Say, for what reason? Right? And get a reason why it wants to do that. And then you can ask it, is there something I can do or something that the entity can do that can resolve this situation and make it more enjoyable and pleasant in the future? And keep breathing into it. The more you maintain connection with it, with your breath, sometimes the better the communication. Give you a moment to talk to it, negotiate, and just find a mutually beneficial solution to this. You and the entity talk together. Okay. Now, hopefully, since this was a mildly unpleasant thing, you've done this fairly quickly, and the answer has been pretty forthcoming. If it hasn't, that's okay. We'll get to that too. If it has, okay, thank the entity. Okay, if you've come to an agreement. First of all, notice if the entity has changed in appearance or the way it looks and shapes and feels and so on. And if you've come to a resolution and it has changed, bring it back into you and flip it back around and put it in its original position. Notice how that feels going back into you. If you have not come to a mutually agreeable conclusion to this, then take the entity and bring it back into you backwards, reversed from its original position. Right? So you bring it straight back into you. And notice how that feels. Okay. Now, take a nice deep breath and do a couple of those expansion and contraction breaths. Now just inhale, expand and fill your circle, clearing out any contrary thoughts. And exhale and contract again. A couple breaths like that. All right. Now, just in your mind, just think about any upcoming situations that relate to whatever that original mildly unpleasant situation was. And notice how your feelings have changed. Okay. Now, hopefully, if you've followed through this and come to a reasonable agreement, you're going to find that this feels a lot better to engage with this, and that you may even have some insights about how to deal with the situation. Okay, now the next part of this is think about a memory, about something that has happened to you recently or in the past that was just wonderfully pleasant, okay, something that made you feel empowered or joyful or passionate, whatever it is, something that you really enjoyed and felt just really good. Okay, I'll give you a moment to find a good memory. And when you found it, again, remember what you saw at that time. Movement or stillness in your field of vision, colors, the quality of the light. And remember what you heard at that time, sounds or silence, rhythms, voices, tones, background sounds. And remember what you felt at that time. The position of your body, what muscles were in play, which ones were relaxed, the way you were breathing, anything that was touching you or that you were touching, perhaps the temperature of the air on your skin. Okay. And remember the feeling of pleasure, right? The thing that lets you know that this was a wonderful feeling, this was a good feeling. Right? Where in your body do you feel that? Right? So notice where you feel it, what kind of feeling it was. Again, we have temperature, pressure, movement, weight, texture, all kinds of things. Right? So identify what kind of a feeling it is, where it is in your body, and ask yourself if this feeling had a color or colors. Well, what would it be? Okay, and apply that color or colors everywhere in your body that you have this wonderful feeling. And again, right now you should have a three-dimensional map of the feeling in your body. And when you're ready, take a nice deep breath, and using your hands or just in your mind, take that colored shape out of your body, flip it around to face you, and lock it in place there. Okay. Breathe into it. Give it some breath and energy and attention. And notice what it does. Notice how it changes as you pay attention to it and give it breath and energy. And ask it if it has a name or a symbol. And all right. And again, the first thing that comes to mind, it's usually the good one. And then ask this entity if there's something that it can teach you that it has never taught you before. Perhaps how to feel good more often, how to give this good feeling to other people, whatever it is. Okay, and ask it if there's something that you could be doing in your life that will make your life better, more pleasant, more joyful, whatever it is. And finally, since this is a good feeling and an ally of yours already, ask it if there's something that it would like to do away from your body that it can accomplish better being out in the world, away from you. And if it agrees to that, if it wants to do that, get a particular time from it. It could be 5 minutes or an hour or a day or a month or whatever. Okay, get a time period and get it to agree to come back at the end of that particular time. If it wants to come back into you now, then thank it and bring it back into you. If it has decided that it wants to go off and do something out in the world for you, accomplish something for you away from your body, then give it license to depart with the agreement that it's going to come back at the end of that particular time period. Okay, don't just, if it's come back into you, just notice how you feel now. And where you're sitting now, just do a few more of those expansion and contraction breaths. Inhale and expand, clear your space. Exhale and contract. All right. Now, if that's it. So just take a breath, shake it off a little bit, come back, bring your attention back to the present moment, and if your entity has agreed to come back at a particular time, make note of that now. so that you can pay attention at that particular time and just notice how you feel when it comes back into you, and notice what may have been accomplished and so on. And now this is pretty easily practiced. I do recommend either if you've got this on video, if you're watching this from the archives here, watch it over a time or two, maybe make some notes so that you know the steps pretty well ahead of time. There's actually there's a whole lot more that you can do with this, and this is just the little tiny, the tip of the iceberg, a little taste of what evocation is like and what can happen. There's really an awful lot you can do with this, and I have again, where finer books are, where weirder books are sold, Brain Magic, and so it has these techniques that we've done, and quite a bit more, and much more involved techniques and ways to use these entities and to relate with them. Okay, so it's fun to play with, and you can also incorporate these into some of your other practices that you do, whatever tradition you follow, and so on. You can add some of this in, and there's some ways that you can use these to sort of amp up more traditional operations. And if you're interested, I do have another book that's my most recent one out is High Magic, and which is about it's a guide to cannabis and ritual and mysticism. There is a little bit in there about evocation and invocation as well, some general magic ideas. And later this month we will have the High Magic workshop with the Halloween Psychic Fair. So I think we're getting to time here, and I think that's about what I've got to say in terms of the evocation experience. It's a lot of fun to play with. There's group forms of this where you could create and contact entities in groups and so on. Now, there's also this idea that there are other entities, like we said with the Gaia hypothesis, that other people are the entities that happen inside the Gaia hypothesis. But there's also probably other entities as well.
Good evening.
Some of the
Glad you were joining us.
Yep. Was that Ed?
Oh, nothing. It was by accidental. I was just unmuted for a moment.
Okay. All right. Well, we're just winding up here, and I think I just want to thank everybody for coming, several of you. And come and check out the other workshop later in the month, and all of the other ones. I mean, some of these look really great, and I'm going to be sitting in on some of these over the rest of the month. And thanks to Ed for setting all this up. And I think that is it. Thank you for being here, and good night.
Do you want to become involved? Do you want to see your commercials, your speaks, your community up here? Become a vendor or a sponsor, and you will be seen on every day for a year. We're making it a terrific value. You can take a look at it, but would you like to be seen here for a year? Join us. Today's the day offer. And so check it out at pagan.world. And you describe yourself as?
An eclectic, polytheistic, traditional Wiccan. Which is up for change. As the years go on, I may change my title. Those mean a number of different things. Eclectic means that I take from a lot of different inspirational sources and traditions. Polytheistic is that I'm working with multiple deities, and I use that to try to differentiate from people who work with just a psychological model and people who believe that the deities are actual beings that they're interacting with, which would be me. I believe that I'm interacting with actual beings separate from myself, not just in my head. And then traditional Wicca, I put the tradition in because I adore history and tradition. I adore traditions. I think there's a lot of power in them a lot of times. And Wicca because I am a witch, but I am also practicing the Wiccan religion. I am a pretty religious person. So it's important to talk about all of those things. I've got all the labels so people know exactly the thing.
We do live in a label society.
We do. And depending on who I'm talking talking to, sometimes I just say I'm a witch and that's enough. But talking to a specific crowd, I try to get more specific so they have a little better insight.
So you're a spirit believer.
Yes.
Do you do medium work at all, or?
I do tarot reading, chakra interpretation readings, which is similar to aura reading, and also chakra healing.
Okay, so you're more on the energy side.
Yeah. I work with a lot of spirits myself. I don't tend to do the readings where I work with other people's spirits.
I can understand that. Last night we were in the room last night. We had a very strange shower of a person, of a young individual, and their privacy. There's privacy, but they had a strong effect last night of being able to see some auras. They were mentioning that they were seeing it for the first time. That was very exciting, and you were right there to help interpret. You were right there to kind of very much encouraging. Do you find yourself in those types of situations?
Oh, all the time,
okay.
Especially in Aquarius where I work. We have psychic fairs. We have people coming in asking about things all the time. And we have people who come in who ask about the spirits, and I can see the spirits with them. But usually I try to refer them to a professional psychic, either because I'm too busy, or sometimes you don't want to tell them what's going on. For humorous reasons, I had at least one person come in recently, and they were very, very scared of a spirit that was following them, and I gave them some reassurance and some sage to do. But I could see it, and it was a little thing, and it was so cute. But I didn't want to make them feel bad by laughing at how cute it was.
Right.
So sometimes I just keep that stuff to myself.
Right, of course.
It makes working easier.
So as a young woman, and you're starting to see the culture around you, and you're very much a practitioner. You got the history, and most people don't realize history goes farther than Gardner. There's a lot more history than two witches.
Oh, there's history all over.
Right. Is this idea that witchcraft, I just published an article, Witchcraft is Business. You're starting to see that. We're seeing a lot more young women identify as witches. Do you think that you're that the witch culture is coming into its own, or do you think that's, just something that's temporary?
Yes and no. I mean, everything's temporary.
Okay.
But I do feel that there's a couple things happening. For one, there's a break from Wicca and a huge movement of traditional witchcraft. So people who are interested in practicing witchcraft but not really feeling the parts of the Wiccan religion are breaking into their own thing. And it's nice that there's a word for that. There's a word to be like, I'm just practicing a practice, but I'm not following these kind of deity-related things and these different ceremonies in Wicca. And there's also sort of witch aesthetic culture. So there's a lot of just very light witchcraft, use of crystals, use of just like astrology and planetary energies that's spreading and becoming also its own thing. So there's sort of another group of people who just are in love with witches, which I think is great. In a lot of ways, it makes stuff more available to all of everyone. Because it's popular, it's easier to get the tools that we want and need, and it's making it more socially acceptable. It's very encouraging, I feel.
Okay. So do you do spell work?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
For yourself?
Yeah, all the time.
Do you do it for clients, or?
I do not, no.
Okay. That's because that's become one of those big questions out there. But you do tarot, you do help them find studies, you help them find their tools.
And again, witchcraft has a history of being a service industry.
Absolutely.
A long history of being that. So it's not really new that people are doing magic for money. There's nothing, crazy or new about that. I prefer to do magic for myself, and I would always prefer to do it myself rather than to have someone do it for me. But I can understand why people might want the help of someone experienced. I've done some psychic readings and gone to some psychic readers at times when I felt like my head was too compromised to see clearly. So it's good to have that available out in the world.
Excellent, absolutely. So, as an artist, beautiful paintings.
Oh, thank you.
Very much intuitive. I noticed that you are definitely an art of as you mentioned in the piece that we did with you with the art. Very psychically drawn, oriented to that. So
my work mostly comes from dream works and from meditative visions. Yeah.
So, so where would you like to see your art go, or is it you're just doing it for the sake of it?
I do it because I love it, and I do it as honestly sometimes a coping mechanism. I did have depression for years and years and years in a very bad way until I was able to understand what the source cause of that was and work it out and change things. But for at least a good 10 years, I was pretty severely depressed. And art was the ultimate coping mechanism for me. I actually find now that not only has my career taken a very sort of priestess witchy path, but I'm so much better, it's a little more difficult for me to want to do art, and I'm trying to like learn to be inspired differently. But I do the art for myself, and then if people love it, then people love it, and that always makes me happy.
So I think we covered quite a breadth with you. I think that we're going to do a podcast here shortly, guys. Have questions ready? Send the questions, put them underneath there. So how do people contact you if they want to contact you?
Facebook's the best way. I'm all over Facebook. It's Katarina Elaine, Katarina. That should help you find me. Look for the picture of the goth. And you can also find me usually where I work at Aquarius. People will come in and say hi to me or talk to me if they need to get a hold of me there. Yeah.
And it's a great place to get. We're trying to tell everybody, come out and visit this space. It's unlike
it's so worth visiting. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, and I appreciate the interview.
Thank you.
And you are?
I am Katarina Elaine M. I am an eclectic, polytheistic, devotional, traditional Wiccan. A lot of words. The founder of the Temple Scarlet Retreat. Do a lot of sacred sexuality work. And I am also an artist.
And so one of the things I was seeing, how'd you get here? I mean, we saw some lovely art. You can check out our other Facebook page. We're going to show out all that art. But how'd you get here?
To where I am. Interestingly, I interviewed for a job at the Vulcan's Forge jewelry store in Kansas City. And during the interview, Barbara Krystel, who owns the Aquarius metaphysical store, was listening in and heard some of my past and some of the things I'd been doing and called me back and decided to hire me for her store. So that was really exciting. I've worked in a couple sort of smallish pagan stall, pagan shop type places before. This is a much larger one, really awesome metaphysical store. And I couldn't imagine doing anything else. It's amazing. I'm pleased to be here.
Okay, well, that's a story in Kansas City, so we're going to ask a little bit deeper. But you mentioned, you didn't ever expect your witchcraft as a career?
I didn't, no. I never really thought about the possibility of being a professional witch. It just doesn't sound like something that is real. It sounds kind of hilariously like a made-up fantasy kind of thing. But there was a point in time when I asked myself, if you could do anything, what do you want to do? You know, that question. If there were no limits, what would you do? And I was like, I love witchcraft, and I'm pretty good at witchcraft, and I love to study witchcraft. I would just do witchcraft all the time, if that's what I could do for a living. And sure enough, there are people who do it professionally, mostly by owning stores. And I would like to eventually one day own my own metaphysical store and do a lot of priestess work. And yeah, so interestingly, I became a professional witch. It's what I do.
Right. And one of the other things you do is that the Temple Scarlet.
Yes.
Did I have that correct?
Yeah, Temple Scarlet.
Okay, when I hear scarlet, it's a bright color. For me, that actually is going to become one of my favorite colors. But you also see it as a mark. It's supposed to be the mark of, the crimson letter, the scarlet letter. The book. I guess the book is what really makes that color forever kind of having a dark connotation.
Yeah, very memorable that way.
So, why would you call it Temple Scarlet?
It's relevant. All of those things are relevant. There are multiple layers to the color scarlet, symbolism, things that it taps into. Scarlet is also the color that's in between the root and the sacral chakra, our sense of security and our sense of both creativity and sexuality. That's that color in between the orange and the red. And there is a history of it being used in ways that are tied to sexuality. It's got a lot of different levels going on there. And the Temple Scarlet organization is all about sacred sexuality. It's about creating safe and consensual events to explore sexuality through a spiritual lens, where spirituality and sexuality can come into alignment instead of fearing it, denying it, instead of doing a lot of things that the mainstream culture do where they just try to shun and repress sexuality. We're looking at it in how it can be helpful to us spiritually.
So one of the things I think that pagans and Wiccans and other religionists, and you had a nice little, we'll have to get that one again, and how to describe it. But ultimately here, sex is not a sin. Sex is not anything beyond, because it's divine, it's gracious and everything else, but it's nothing beyond our senses. I mean, there's not anything. It is not a requirement to procreate, though you're perfectly appropriate to do so, right? But sex is, for at least from your point of view and the religious point of view in this case, is nothing's harmful about it.
Absolutely not. Someone once asked me, wouldn't pagans be way more open about sexuality? I'm sure that they just, are cool about it. And I said, you would be wrong. You would be wrong. Because our culture, even like the roots of American culture, are founded in Puritanism, and it's carried over, and it carries over even into all of the varying pagan religions at times, because people aren't being consciously aware enough of how they are affected by the beliefs of the mainstream religion and by our culture's views of sexuality. They don't take the time to break down what they believe about sexuality and to say, oh, well, in my particular spiritual path, that's really not a bad thing, and maybe I should embrace that more. But they just keep going along with what they were taught by others.
So what type of events is Temple Sacred doing?
They're doing a lot of educational things. So there are different, we recently had a cacao ceremony. We've had some classes about Eastern sexuality, about Tantra. We have polyamory class upcoming. We do some BDSM type classes as well. So most of our work are very open and safe, just educational classes, places for discussion and learning. And we are a nonprofit, so we offer our classes around Kansas City for free. Then we also have a retreat every summer that is an intensive weekend-long retreat. And there we get really into depth. We have a lot of rituals on the schedules. We have evening fire time where people party and talk and enjoy the evening. We have a lot more classes and a lot more interactive workshops when we're out at a summer retreat. And that retreat, it's transformative. It can be life-changing. It has been for a few people.
So at the very least, it'll improve yours. When you go back Monday, you can say you've had a great adventure, right?
Absolutely. Yes. At the very least, you will have had a great adventure and learned a lot and been able to experience a lot of things.
And how would people find that?
TempleScarlet.com.
Okay. Wow, you got the name. Congratulations.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Stuff.
So I'll talk around here. So this is at Kansas City. So you do most of your work around here.
Yes, we do currently. So this is our base of operations.
Good.
We're also starting to expand into the Texas area, and who knows where we'll go from there. It's all happening very fast, in my opinion. It's exciting.
It is very exciting. So now you mentioned a class on polyamory. The hottest subject that's emerging.
Oh, yes.
It's about people. It's about to get really. I think polyamory starts to get really. It's going to get really hot here. I know most people in Utah just passed a law to make polygamy, and by its byproduct, polyamory, accidentally legal. They're making a move to make that legal.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, "What? You can't do that." The state can do anything it wants. On that sort of thing. But we're seeing this being a big conversation, and this is a deep conversation inside the community. So what type of things you're talking about talking in Temple Sacred, Scarlet? What is it about polyamory that you can really kind of, for the public, why is it becoming so attractive? I think
I believe that there's a whole generation of people who experienced, whether from their own families or from cousins or friends or whatever, bad divorce. There was a lot of really bad divorces going on for a long time, and because of the bad divorce experiences, and also because of the way that our culture is just generally becoming more interconnected and more able to come up with new ideas and share them just because of the internet and whatnot, people are looking to redefine relationships. They want to do relationships differently. They don't want to do what they saw failing in the past, and they're open to new ideas. They're getting that information quickly and trying it. I'm an ethical non-monogamous myself. I've got 3 partners, and we do it really well, and we're all really happy with each other, and they're happy with their partners too. But it takes a lot of work and communication, and so the classes that Temple Scarlet offers are some intro classes, some more in-depth classes, just about how to build your own relationships, how to communicate, how to be safe with what you're doing.
Gotcha. So we will take this in one more direction. So we know what you do and some of the why you're doing it. But I did the show last night, and one of the things that came up is that you actually have a supernatural side. The sort of do you need to get that?
I need to.
Parliament of World Religions is coming to Chicago, Illinois in August 2023, and the Sacred Order of Paladins and Corellian Nativist Church are working towards attending to represent the pagan community, but we need your help. Attending Parliament is paramount for not just the Corellian tradition, but the pagan community as a whole. So in an effort to secure the funds and send as many Corellians to Parliament as possible, we will be holding the Road to Parliament 2022 Corellians Live Telethon. 100 hours of magic and community. The telethon will be from October 6th to the 10th and will be jam-packed with discussion panels, workshops, and performances, as well as booking readings with psychic readers and an online auction. Our goal is to raise $10,000, and with your help, we know we can get there. We need you to get involved. We are looking for readers, presenters, performers, and hosts to take part in this telethon. To inquire about taking part in this monumental event, please email corellianslive@gmail.com. Be it a monetary donation or a donation of your time, we thank you. We'll see you at 8 p.m. on the 6th for the 2022 Corellians Live Telethon. Spread the word, share this video, and let's get the Corellians and Paladins on the road to Parliament. The Road to Parliament 2022 Corellians Live Telethon is sponsored and operated by the Corellian Nativist Church, a 501c3 religious organization. For more information, go to Corellian.com.
Hi, everybody. We're back with the Journey to the Parliament, our 4th episode with First Elder. Well, you have a lot of titles there, but Alyssa Maxim Cap of the Corellian tradition. And let me go ahead and let you describe yourself, however you like to be phrased too.
How would I like to describe myself? Yeah. First Elder, Artificer, Mother.
Mm-hmm. And so you do quite a bit in there. I know a lot of at the Parliament and things of that nature. We'll probably be carrying a lot of your handiwork and your group's handiwork.
Yes, definitely.
So the first time you went to Parliament was the Salt Lake, Utah, the 6th convening at the time in 2015. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about your first impression of it? What brought you there in that first impression?
So what brought me to the Parliament was, I think, just an overwhelming desire to learn and grow. I heard, of course, you talk about it and Lord Don talk about it a lot. And I saw pictures and I really wanted to experience that for myself. And it was a phenomenal experience. It changed my life. It's hard to describe the energy of Parliament. unless you're there. But it's such a diverse gathering of people who are gathered for the same purpose of learning and love and togetherness. And the energy is just amazing, and you meet people in passing, and you strike up conversations. And some of the people I met at Parliament I'm still in touch with. One of them, I met a woman named Katie, who was a student at the time, and I'm still in touch with her on Facebook from a completely different faith.
Yeah, and so you do build these sort of relationships. So you were also at the Toronto one, and you took on quite a role. I mean, you filled in for the first priestess at the time, to doing the illustration ritual. Was before a crowd, and you did it with a baby on you, that sort of thing.
I did.
That was amazing, and people were very impressed by that. But do you have? That's a memorable moment. That's probably my most memorable moment of you at the Parliament so far.
Yeah, that was very memorable.
But do you have anything that you remember that's memorable to you?
I mean, Parliament in general is just like so full of, I like to say it's like full of moments, because there's the workshops that you go to where you learn, and then there's like these moments in between, but you could turn a corner and like find something completely unexpected. Like the Toronto Parliament, I walked into a room just to see what was there, and there was a group of Confucians teaching calligraphy, and I sat with them, and they taught me calligraphy for about a half hour, and it was very cool. He was like a calligraphy master, and he was just like sitting there in like this little side room, and nobody else was around, and I'm not sure anybody knew he was there, but he had his little table and assistants and like traditional materials, like brushes, and it was very cool. And of course, in Utah, what's memorable was the Native Americans had a fire pit outside, where were teaching people how to leave offerings, how to honor the four quarters of the fire, and holding sunset and sunrise rituals. So that was fantastic. That was I remember that. There was a chant that they did. I don't remember the words, but it was about water and mothers, and it was just like it hit you right here. And I think there's video of it that Lady Elizabeth took, actually, that's still floating around. But it was Parliament will like always surprise you. Always.
So this time you're going in your own tradition at a considerably different spot from where you've attended the last two.
Yeah.
Well, you were there when Lady Stephanie, you were part of the crowd that cheered her on when Lady Stephanie walked, that sort of thing. And in a lot of ways, you've taken on probably a very prominent role for, they talk about you took in leadership in your generation within the tradition in a lot of ways, as becoming first elder of the tradition and having a lot of these skills and things of that nature. So I know some people talk legacy and all of that, but going to the Parliament, and last time you represented the tradition very well. What do you expect of this one? Does this change how you look at the Parliament?
No, I think I'm still there as a participant, just like everybody else. I'm excited to see our tradition so well represented again. I'm excited to bring the girls again. I brought Mabel to the Parliament in Toronto, and having a child at Parliament, just people's faces just light up seeing babies there. And the Toronto Parliament had a little area for kids, which was really cool. So I'm hoping the Chicago one has something similar, like a multi-faith children's area. Each faith had like a little activity for them. So that was really neat. But no, I've always felt like I visited the Parliament as a representative of the Karelian tradition, and a representative of our values and our specific brand of paganism and Wicca. And I don't think that changes at all. If anything, I think being first elder just reinforces that and makes it more of an imperative to really represent the tradition well.
And a little fancier robe this time.
Well, the robes always get fancier.
Do they? Yeah, they do. Well, that was one of the things, I think that you were very much a part of that movement at the 2015 Parliament, where everybody was convening and people were getting into the robes, but it wasn't official that we would do that. You were one of the people who led the effort to get everybody in their robes for that moment, and it turned out to be historic.
Yep. And I made the Karelian banner for that moment. And I think I carried it with Lady Karen and Lord Eblis. There's a picture of us somewhere with Lady Steph carrying the banner before she walks in. And I mean, that moment when Lady Steph walked in with the other faiths was just, I think I cried. It was just beautiful. The high priestess honored like that.
Absolutely. Now, going into this one, we've gotten the traditions learned how to handle a little better. We have more cooperative behaviors. We've if you're listening in July or anytime before, check with us. We're doing group rates. Yay! And we already have 35 people committed to going.
That's fantastic.
That's as big as the whole group went last time, so that's very nice. And I think it is that teaching sort of moment. So, and I know we're working towards greater representation of our own selves within that. So we talk a little bit about it, but what do you think we're going to bring to the Parliament this time? Do you have any clue? This is just one of those things I'm asking you. Because Karelians going to carry into the Parliament this time with us?
What do we as Karelians bring to the Parliament? I think we as a group have always had a deep sense of unity amongst us. To be Karelian is to be family. I've always believed that. And family has differences, but we have never let these differences truly divide us in the modern age of Karelianism. And I think the unity of our family, our living family, and our deceased family on the other side of the veil, we don't make that distinction. We are united, ancestors and incarnate, discarnate. I think we bring a special flavor of unity and love that really speaks not just to other pagans, but to other faiths. I think other faiths are excited to learn about us, excited to see us in our robes, excited to ask about our robes, excited to, interact with such a large group.
I think so too. Well, thank you so much for taking some time and talking with us as we journey to the Parliament, which is August 14th through 18th, 2023. A little bit more than a year away. And
I want to extend an invitation to all Karelians that if you have the means to think about coming to Parliament, I think you should try to plan on coming to Parliament. And I think that you will be surprised what you will find there and how much it will change your perceptions of the world and of the interfaith movement. there are so many program offerings, so many things to learn, so many people to interact with, that you will not leave Parliament the same person that you walked in every time. Every time you will change.
I can attest to that. So check it out if you want to find out how to help, Corellian.com. And looking forward to have more conversations as we get closer to the event.
Definitely.
And blessed be. And we will continue on with the journey to Parliament. And have a great day, everybody. Blessings.
Blessed be.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Journey to the Parliament, where we continue our journey to the Parliament of World's Religions, the 9th convening August 14th through the 18th, 2023. But there have been many previous parliaments before, as we've discussed. And Reverend Phoenix, is it Coffin Williams? Am I getting that right? Okay, that has been there. Coffin Williams is one of the people who have participated and is planning to participate in the next one. And I'm so happy to talk to him today. Hi, Phoenix.
Hey, sir. How you doing today? Thanks for having me.
So you've gone to a couple of parliaments now. Utah was your first one?
No, actually, Toronto was my first one.
Oh, Toronto was the first one. Can you tell me about it? What got you there?
Yeah, so first of all, Toronto Parliament was a beautiful, wonderful experience. And I was kindly told by someone that I really respect, who's been to Parliament before. They said to me, "Hey, Phoenix, you live in Buffalo. This Parliament is in Toronto. There really is no excuse for you not to go." And so I was like, you're probably right. And it would be really good to see everyone again, in between lustrations. So it didn't really take me much convincing. It was, basically very local. I hang out in Toronto whenever I get a chance. And, going to the Parliament of World's Religions, at that time, I thought was going to be a once in a lifetime kind of opportunity. But surprise, surprise, here it comes again, and I will be going again.
Parliament for you. What was a memory that you carried?
So I really remember, actually, I met Patrick McCallum there. That was a great memory. He's a peacemaker, very influential, in the world. But I remember the exhibits that they had, discussing the various world religions that were present. I remember that there wasn't really anything too impressive or informative about the presence of pagans or Wiccans or Corellians there, which I did find a little bit disappointing. But I remember as far as like the energy that was there was really an energy of reconciliation, an energy that was, good-natured, that was healing and meant to be, influential in a lot of very positive and necessary ways. The encouragement of, collaboration between religious organizations, the problem-solving kind of energy that was presented by the various faiths that were represented there. And then the respect to the indigenous populations that, had their lands usurped by, the political powers that were there in Toronto at the time. I think highlighting that was also very important, and it actually meant a lot to me.
It meant a lot, I think, to a lot of people. I think that's very important too. Now you're, in the sense of as a professional and as a leader, in this one they're taking on a much more defending freedom and human rights. What does that mean to you?
So defending freedom and human rights is an ongoing kind of thing that needs to happen, unfortunately. And so from my perspective as someone who is an activist, who is systematically disenfranchised, having an entire parliament dedicated to that particular topic is pretty profound. And what I'm hoping is that it's a little bit more than like the lip service thoughts and prayers, and a lot more of the call to action, for the allies. So the people who are privileged, the people who do represent the majority of the ruling class in our world or in our societies, how can they actually utilize that power to increase the equity of people who are not necessarily at the receiving end of these privileges?
The work you're doing now is working a lot into that space too. So I know you're going for your PhD, you're going for really a lot of work into the community. So any last thoughts you have, of what you're personally hoping for this next journey into the parliament? And I know it's a ways off for some people, but they'll be here faster than they think.
Yeah. So the last parliament was really inspiring in terms of ways that I could be more collaborative in the community that I live in. And, interestingly enough, like I do live in Buffalo, New York. We did just have that mass shooting in the grocery store. That's literally footsteps from my house. So I'm looking to take away ways that I could continue to motivate community members here in Buffalo to address that issue, as well as kind of maintaining a sense of presence even beyond or before or outside of when tragedy strikes. How can faith leaders and people who claim to be activists and people who claim to be do-gooders, how can we continue to do the good, continue to be active, even if there isn't a shooter, even if there isn't a problem, even if there isn't a need that's expressed so dramatically? How can we just automatically meet needs? How do we automatically just mobilize? What can we do to kind of anticipate what our communities will need based on the signs that our environment is showing us, based on who's elected into leadership? How can we use that to analyze what situation is going to come up next and how we can mobilize, ahead of time, how we can be prepared in advance to, help the people that we're here to help, and how can we do it collaboratively, cohesively, how maybe like I myself can get past some of the barriers that people might have in collaborating with someone who is a witch or a pagan to some degree, or who is a Corellian, and ways to continue to like build those relationships so that the work of spirit can be done a lot more authentically.
I think that's terrific and everything else. If people want to contact you, because I know that you have a whole set of workings beyond just the activist aspects of what you do, how would they get a hold of you?
So you can reach out to me on Facebook, Phoenix Coffin Williams. My email address is phoenixwilliamshp@gmail.com. And then you can also check out my website, bluedoorevents.weebly.com, and you can get a better understanding of how I use magic and mental health and therapy to help heal, help empower, and help motivate individuals, groups, and communities.
If you're a digital creator, a content maker, or just want to have an opinion and want to cooperate with the show, an editor, anything that you think of in this creative world and you really want to help, contact us at paganworldtv@gmail.com, because everybody uses a Gmail account these days.
Hi everyone, I'm Reverend Lori B with Magick TV, and I am with Jasmine. And Jasmine is a very big part of Pagan Picnic and has been for many years. I think you were the first person I actually met in 2015 that River introduced me to in Picnic. Jasmine, for those that don't know or haven't been to Picnic, who are you and what do you do?
So my part is actually I either put together or I facilitate bringing other folks in to do ritual. That's really the piece that I do. There's so much more that other people do and hold, but ritual is kind of my love language. And so I think it was probably 14 or 15 that I got involved with Picnic. I've been doing public ritual or ritual at festivals since, the early 90s. But this was a chance to, because I just moved to St. Louis in like 2014. So it was a chance to kind of serve this local community. And I really like being able to do that. So
how has COVID affected everything going on with the community?
So we built a web this year, and this is the first time in 3 years I've seen most of these people, including the folks here in St. Louis. Like I kept a pretty distance, and I was really lucky. I have a job and a life that let me stay pretty out of the world, and I for my personal comfort and safety, that's what I needed to do. But I think part of what we tried to do with the web this weekend was, I don't think the web ever broke. Maybe it broke for some of us, but I think it got misshapen and it got torn and it was hard to feel it, right? Like when coming here, even though I've been a little bit out in the world since maybe March, I was like, God, I've not done this. I was nervous. I've been doing this for over 20 years. It's fine. But I was nervous. Like, I don't know if I remember how this feels to be with other people in person. I've done ritual online, which we've actually gotten pretty good at. But it's not the same, right? So for me, it's been very isolating, and it's been easy to forget or to start to believe the story that we are not connected, right? And so part of what we had in mind when we did the ritual, and it came together at the very last minute, because I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Usually I know, I catch an idea. It's like, this is what I'm going to do. And I was like, you start with whatever is emotionally the most real for people. And what's the most real is we've been really separate. We've been separate, we've been apart, we haven't been able to come together. People are frightened, people have different ideas about the reality of what's just happened, and that makes it even harder to bring people back together. And so part of what we wanted to do here was to have a space to say, it doesn't matter what your story has been these last couple of years, it's been fucking hard on all of us.
Exactly, it's the truth. I mean, we started doing a lot of online stuff. Yeah. I mean, our tradition was always very social media active and filming and stuff, but it was very different.
Very different. And I think it's so much easier to get caught in your head, right? Because we fill in all the spaces. Like you and I sitting here, I've got your body language, I've got everything that's happening around you. When you're on a screen, you are a two-dimensional being, right? And everything that I normally would feel and see around you, I fill in, right, with gaps. I fill in the gaps. I mean, that's what our brains do. They tell stories. And I think it's a lot easier to mythologize each other and circumstances. And so it's easy to feel separate and to make that separation bigger and bigger and bigger because we don't have that visceral connection.
Right. It's the truth.
And so for me, to come back into community and have that visceral, here you are, right here with me. There we were in the circle, and I could hear the drums, and I could see the people, and I could smell the different cologne and the different sense of people around me, and I could feel the temperature change as I moved around, from the sun to the darker part, and I could touch the web, and it's different. It's different. For me, magic is a very visceral thing. It's about getting out of my monkey brain, and part of that is being in nature and also being with other people, right? So
it's been very hard on a lot of people in the last 3 years. It must feel wonderful being back in Hopman.
Oh my God, it feels amazing.
I know this year is a very rough year, very hard. Picking up loss, somebody very, very special.
And that's, it's hard to understand the impact of a single human being. And I think that's one of the beautiful and also really heartbreaking things that happens, right? That you can see, I believe that when a person leaves this life, their impact is measured in the amount of love, the imprint that they leave behind. And Angel left an incredible imprint in so many people's lives, and in this event, so I was glad that they were able to honor her, because that felt really important.
And she was a very big part of this, and more so for people that aren't from this community. We only saw her.
She was the face
here.
of the picnic,
and she was, even though there's other people behind it, she was the most out in the front, hands-on, dealing with all the vendors and who's coming in and where everybody has to be and making sure everything's right. And it was, I know it was very hard on all of you putting it together. I have to say, you did a fantastic job. She would have kicked your asses if you didn't. I can see her coming down and knocking your tents over and shit. screwing up the raffle tickets.
There are some amazing folks on the committee who just stepped up and they just did a tremendous job. And with broken hearts, they did a tremendous job with a broken heart. And I just, and I can't take credit for any of that. None of that is mine. But I think it says an awful lot about, one, how much people loved her, but also about the kind of folks that are stepping in to pick up space. Good,
So where do you go from here for next year, for months going forward? Do you have anything going on with you personally, your practice?
Well, I'm going to be at PSG, at Pagan Spirit Gathering, and I can't wait.
Are you presenting?
I'm going to do a couple of enchantments with Ambika. River won't be there, but we're not going to do the big enchantment. So we used to do, every night we would have this big tent and we would chant, and that was just a lot to try to do this year. So we decided we were going to back off and just do a couple of workshops.
For people that have never been here or have not seen you out in other events, can you tell them what enchantment is?
So enchantment is...
I love your enchantment. It is great.
It's a facilitated group experience, and it's meant for everyone to be able to sing as part of community, right? The idea is that we can all sing, we can all dance, and it's the thing that happens when we come together to sing, the vibration, the way we impact one another is way more important. It's not performance, right? So it's not going to be perfect sometimes, and it doesn't matter. And so part of it is making a place that feels really welcoming to everyone, and we really want it to be, and for people to be heard, for people to share their songs, and for me that really, that's been like I can't imagine my life without it, to be honest.
So we actually filmed a workshop that Jasmine and River did today, and the energy drained a full battery on the camera. Thankfully, my husband was smart enough to bring extra batteries, otherwise we wouldn't be here right now.
Oh my gosh.
And I when he told me that, I'm like, well, it's Jasmine and River, it was an enchantment. So what did you expect to happen? We had an experience like that. I was in the Buckland Museum in Ohio, and we're going through it, and the curator there was explaining everything, and I'm filming. Get home, pull up the video, fantastic video. No voice.
Oh, you're kidding.
It was there, no voice throughout the whole thing, and then at the end it was there. Energy. It does crazy things with electronics.
Electromagnetic.
Yep.
No. The chanting is one of the biggest gifts that I think community can give each other. And, it's been scary, right? Because we didn't want to sing together because, you read about fires and all these people who got sick. I've been vaccinated, I've had and I finally feel safe singing in a group of people outside. Inside I probably still do too, but to not be able to sing together was like, it was the worst. It was just the worst. I would run videos that I had from pagan gatherings or whatever, of people singing that I knew, or maybe some stuff of us, and I put it on the big TV in my living room, and it's so sad now, right? And I'd be but it was like being there, right? There was it was at a PSG a few years ago, and PJ Seal, who's now passed away, Spiral Rhythm, one of the most gracious, loving, beautiful, amazing women who
love Spiral Rhythm.
She always encouraged me to open my mouth and sing, and we had done this chant workshop, and we had written chant, so we got up and we sang on stage, a bunch of us that had worked with PJ in this workshop with Spiral Rhythm and all the other musicians on stage. But there was a recording of it I found somewhere on some corner of Facebook, which I don't even do anymore, but I found this recording and I'm like, holy cow, that's that night and that's us singing, and I put it on and it was like I was right there. And I think that's the thing about singing, Lori. It's like it takes me to the place and time. It feels very timeless, and that vibration, that feel, it's like a key, for my consciousness. And
so the enchantment is a very big part of your tradition and Rivers. So a lot of traditions don't do that anymore. They're just very formal, and I think it's very beautiful. The web is absolutely gorgeous. And to be walking around it and chanting and singing, that was really beautiful. You did a fantastic job, as always. And when I saw the basket, 2015 was my first year here.
Oh, wow.
And I've been here every year since, except for with COVID. And I'm looking for my ribbon to put on the chain. And I'm like, I don't even know if I can find it, but I'm just going to take any ribbon from the past.
You've got until 5:30, and then we're gonna very gently wind it down. We're not sure what we're gonna do. We were originally gonna take parts and have people take them with them, but we're like, I think we want to keep this for a while. You know?
I think that would be a great thing to keep and put up every year and have more ribbons added to it.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens, but I'm not ready to let it go.
Yeah. When I saw the basket this morning, it brought tears to my eyes. Like, oh wow, you really do still have it. Because I remember River saying, no, this is going to be kept, and we're going to bring it out every so often and add more, and I was very surprised. It was very happy.
But that's the thing about visceral stuff, right? When we make a thing, because it's not the thing. It's not so much about the thing. It's the memory. It's the feeling that it brings back. And that's, with me, the chanting is very strongly that. Like, I can tell you specific points in time when I heard certain songs or when we sang certain things, you know, because it's so deeply connected to the magic of that time. For me, it's just a quick key, because I'm super non-traditional, right? I'm a kitchen witch, you know. I sort of loosely, I'm not a reclaiming witch per se, but that's probably the closest. Like, I came into this in the late 80s, early 90s. Like, I feel really old now.
I know.
I was like, back in the old days when we read books and we didn't have the internet. But so when I got into this, you know, there's a lot of stuff that connects back to that time for me. And it was really powerful because it really changed my whole life, right? So, yeah, we were talking about, there was some chant, and we're like, yeah, we learned that at Heartland in 1990. And it was the 5th year that they had done it, and it was like, oh my God, it's been 30
So that's like
years.
the young kids now, they're like, oh my God, you're born in the like 1980s or 90s? I'm like, oh my God, did they just say like the 1900s?
But you know what, I'm super, and this is the thing though, Lori, that I've been thinking about this. So there's a whole new generation. Very different ideas, very different. And I feel like I want to step out of the way. Like, I want to keep doing things because I love to be in community, and I love doing community ritual. I think it can be so powerful, and it gives people a place to plug into. You know, you don't have to be part of a tradition. You don't have to be a part of a group. It's a place to come and be welcome. Right. I mean, there's a place for all those other things that I think are equally powerful, but in different ways. But how do I start to step back out of the way and encourage other people? Because I feel like, you know, like, I'm in my 50s now, right? You know, and like, I like to think that, you know, we're pretty cool, but I'm still old enough to be the parent of a lot of the younger folks in the community. And there's been all this conversation about, well, how do we bring younger people in? And I'm like, I think we figure out what they're doing and we support it.
And that's the God's honest truth. We have to be open to change. And a lot of our generation, they still want it to be their way. But their way is not, or our way is not the way for some of the younger ones coming in. And if we want our paths to continue, without them, it's not going to.
And
so I respect that.
And I think there's something important about the change that comes in, right? It's hard, I mean, for me, it's hard to accept that I am getting older, right? And that I am sort of slipping more to the side of things, you know? Because I really, and it's not about ego, it's I love to serve, right? I love to feel like I've done something that has some positive value to somebody. Like, I have a day job, I like my job, but it's a whole different, it's all in here, right? All in here. So when I'm here, it's my love language, right? I feel it all the way through, but it's like, how do I make a place and step to the side? Because it's, I think, really important. You know, when I first started, we knew not a thing about what we were doing, and we'd been to Heartland once, and it was amazing and life-changing. And the next year, they were trying to buy land for a camp because they had had trouble finding locations. And we're like, oh, we'd like to help them. In our 20s, right? We're like, let's have a festival. Like, what? And we did. It went on for about a decade. And it started out, we just were going to try to raise, and I think we raised, like, in those days, it seemed like a lot of money, like $1,000 or something to give to them. but we're like, oh, that was kind of cool. Let's do that again. And, you know, a couple of us had a little bit of traditional training, but we were mostly pretty loosey-goosey, kitchen witchy, like fly by the seat of our pants, all intuition. And it turned into a thing. And a great thing, too. Well, like our friends Brian and Kendall, they met at one of our festivals. Like that's how River and I got to originally know each other. You know, it's how I met my friend Sean, and so many people, right? I can point to all these relationships, people that never would have connected, and you know, and it was really powerful. But I want to see, not necessarily that path, but I want to be able to make that kind of space or support it, because that's when we did what we did. A lot of people stepped in and thought it was kind of cool, and that might have been older and had a lot more experience and had a different way of doing it, but they showed up. So, yeah.
But what you said is very important, and I like how you put it. You have to support their ideas.
Yeah, because they are different, and I think, I mean, generationally, especially if you look at the astrology, right? Generationally, they are going to be different. So every 13 years, I think is what you're looking at. But they're gonna bring a different energy, and that's the way it's supposed to be. I'm the mother of a child who is, so I'm 50, I'll be 55. My child will turn 17 in a week or two, so I was a late in life mom. And my parents were they were old enough to be my grandparents when they had me. So there's this enormous gap in my family, generation to generation. And one of the biggest things I've been learning, you know, like with my kiddo, it's like, such a different view of the world, and that's okay. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to shift and change generation to generation, and fighting that, it makes no sense, right? It's like, okay, I have this plant and it's trying to grow, and I keep like trying to move it around, like, no, you need sun, and the plant's like, no, I'm really a shade plant. Like, you're not going to convince it to be different. All you're going to do is subvert the energy and fight it and get out. So maybe you work with the energy that's there. So that's kind of that's beautiful. That's Jasmine's theory of everything, right? Like, what's really here? You might want it to be something different, but and my kid has been a huge lesson in that, you know. But, people are going to bring what they bring, and if you have to accept it, yeah. Or if it's really something that for some reason you can't, then you just need to disengage. But yeah, I want to see what other folks in the community are doing. I tried to go before COVID. I tried to go and support whenever somebody was doing something, even if it wasn't necessarily something I was super into, because I just feel like, as somebody who's been around for a while and has been well supported, I want to do that for somebody else. Right. So, beautiful. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you for asking.
So great always talking to you, being with you guys, and I'm looking forward to next year. Hi everyone, this is Reverend Lori B. I'm here for Magick TV, and I am with
Kassia S. Spirit Testimonial Temple.
So this is our first year back to the picnic with the COVID lockdown. How's everything going for you?
Oh my God, it's been so amazing. The energy has been absolutely off the charts. People are just so happy to be out and to have community again, and even our members coming together. You know, we have had some public rituals in person still despite COVID, but, you know, really missing that sense of community where the ones who don't see each other, you know, except for at Pagan Picnic, come. And it's just been incredible. And the people coming to the booth, it's been amazing. Yeah.
So you started doing for the first time during COVID virtual classes or rituals, correct?
Rituals, yeah.
How'd that work for you?
It worked great. So like in the past we would do only in-person Sabbath rituals, and then we would have some of them where we would do little mini online versions, but they weren't like full versions. So what's been so cool about it is we've been using Zoom like everybody, right? But we've been doing them in the evenings on Saturdays, and when we've done that, the really cool thing is it's everyone, their pets come in. So if they have cats or dogs, they come into the ritual. Everyone sets up their special sacred space, and everybody kind of gets to connect in a different way. So it's a little more intimate, which is really neat, in like the best way possible. And so, in fact, it was so good, and that allows our distance members to fully participate, because we have members all over the country, but like further than that. So they can come together and participate in that way. So we do 4 online and 4 in person is how we're doing it right now.
Oh, very cool. And you're going to continue doing this even though the restrictions are lifted, and this way you can bring in your other members. That's
Exactly.
fantastic. Can you tell everybody what Spirit's Edge is?
So Spirit's Edge Ceremonial Temple is a temple and tradition. We do public rituals, as we've talked about. We have a mystery school, a 5-year mystery school with 1-year online apprenticeships. And Spirit's Edge was really born out of the need for community and for people to have a safe place that was welcoming to come. And we really do welcome those of like various traditions. People, you might say the word eclectic is a little bit overused, but we also partner on the inner plane with a host of different deities and guides and allies and members of the Hidden Company. So we have certain ones that we partner with, but other ones come to us as well. And so that's really great, and I think it's what makes us so welcoming and open to so many people. So we're a Missouri nonprofit, is what we are right now, and we are officially a religious organization. So it's very exciting, yeah. So we like to do a lot of things to be of service in that, but we're really focused on the rituals, on Pagan Picnic, on the mystery school, and really helping people connect with that light that's within themselves and help them to grow and find that healing that so many on this path are seeking. And they don't know why they're coming, but it's always for a reason. And as we find out what it is, it's always amazing to see that like connection and that light grow and all that. So.
Awesome. So, how about telling everybody a little bit about you and you do? Because everybody, we interview you every year, and we always talk about the school, but we never focus on you, and you're an amazing person. So we should tell people about you do, your specialties and everything.
Okay, sure. So the reason why we have Spirit's Edge really works with witchcraft, shamanism, and magic is because that's who I am. So it is witchcraft with shamanism and magic involved, and shamonial is shamanic and ceremonial. It was a name gifted to me in Journey, and I know that we're talking about me, but this is part of who I am, right?
Yeah,
so,
it's you.
Yeah. So we actually trademarked that word along with Spirit's Edge and the word shamonial because it carries like that current. So for me, my personal practice is witchcraft, shamanism, and magic. I've had a lot of training in witchcraft, a lot of training in shamanism. I've been doing this, I guess I've officially been like a quote-unquote witch since maybe, I think it was like the late 90s, I think. But when I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a witch, and the neighborhood girl in the cul-de-sac across from me, where I grew up in Peoria, Illinois until 4th grade, she initiated me as a witch in the tree house. So I would always go to like Rock Island and Moon Island and go collect rocks and climb all the trees. So I kind of came by it honestly, as they say, and then as we went through the years, I did a lot of comparative religious studies. I always was very intuitive, and then it just kind of brought me along this path. And I am a medium, definitely a clairvoyant, clairaudient. I've got all the clairs, right? And today, like as a matter of fact, Pagan Picnic sent a woman down here who needed help from a medium, and we weren't really offering readings here. I do readings professionally. I'm a certified life coach and all of that as well. And I love helping empower women in particular. But they sent her down to me to get some help with that, so I was able to help connect her with her mother who had passed and really get some healing for her, which it's such a calling, and I know you know this because you do that ministry work, and it comes through everything I do. So even like my day job, right? So I volunteer for Spirit's Edge. I am a certified life coach, so I do life coaching and professional coaching, and I bring all of this work into that, so like the different readings, shamanic healings, and all of that. But I also do communications and some public policy work and everything too.
You're always so busy. If people want to find you or Spirit's Edge, where do they go?
It would be www.spiritsedge.org, and we have a great online presence. So we have a public Facebook page, we have a private Seeker Salon group page where everybody's welcome to join. We even provide a free video class through there on the 4 agreements. I've also studied with Damaga Ruiz, so you can link to everything from our website, spiritsedge.org. And we love you guys, and thank you so much.
You are so welcome, and we can't wait again to see you next year.
Yay!
we are live. Welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's me again. But you've got the lovely Ellen Evert Hopman today. I'm just going to sit and ask questions.
Well, I had a word with the elementals because we were supposed to have thunderstorms all day. And then they said thunderstorms this morning. And so I went outside and I talked to the elementals and I said, clear and dry, beloveds, clear and dry. And now the storms are holding off until 4 my time, which is 2 hours from now, which is perfect.
Oh, plenty of time.
But yeah, people should feel free to ask questions at any point, and Rachel will read the questions, right?
Yeah.
And Rachel, you'll tell me when I have 10 minutes and 5 minutes?
I will. Stop talking.
Okay, because I can go for hours.
It just shows you're passionate about your subject.
Yes, well, I guess I am. It's only been over 30 years now. But I just want to say I'm a druid, okay, from Tribe of the Oak, tribeoftheoak.com, if anybody's interested. Celtic Reconstruction is Druidism. And for those of us who are druids, we're very interested in the past, and you know, there's a lot more information than people realize. There's so much. In fact, I have another book coming out probably next year about the ancient sources. But for Moon Books, I have this book, A Legacy of Druids, which covers all the different kinds of modern druids. So it's interviews with the founders and the leaders of the druid groups all over England, some in Canada, some in the US. And I just sat down with them with a microphone and asked them why they started their groups and what their groups are all about and what they believe. And so this is modern Druidism, okay? But for those of you who are Druids out there, you know, we look to the ancient Irish material, we look to the Welsh material, we look to the writings of Julius Caesar and Pliny and all that stuff. I mean, that's what turns us on. We like the old stuff. And then the source, what, you know, we ask ourselves, okay, where did this come from? What's the source of all this stuff? I mean, we're still Druids 2,000 years later, you know, but where did it come from? So it turns out that the source of the Celtic religion, the ancient Celtic religion, is the same as Hinduism. They both come from the same source. So I was a co-founder of the Order of White Oak originally, and we studied the Rig Veda, we studied the Upanishads. The Ashtavakra Gita is my favorite ancient writing, bar none. And for people who are studying towards initiation, that's one of the texts that they study. It's just the most profound Vedic text about how to think, how to live. The Ashtavakra Gita. If you're not going to read anything else, I recommend that. But the Rig Veda is one of the oldest texts in the world. It was, of course, originally oral, and then it was written down. But the reason that it's so valuable for modern Druids is because it has hymns to horses, hymns to the sun, hymns to water, hymns to fire, hymns to trees, hymns to cows, you know, whatever. So, I mean, if you need, I always write material for rituals. Like I was just asked to write something. A friend of mine recently passed over to the other world, and I had to write something, you know. So if you're a person who composes Druidic ritual, it's a really good idea to look at the Rig Veda. And Rig, the Celtic word Rig is Samos, you know, Rig means king in Celtic. And the Rig Veda is the kingly Veda or the high Veda.
Okay.
Yeah, and Gita means song. So the Ashtavakra Gita is a song that was sung by the Vedic sages. And I'm pretty sure the Druids did the same thing. Of course, they didn't write anything down, which makes But anyway, so I just want to, I mean, we only have 45 minutes, right?
Yeah,
that's all we have. So
Yep.
this is a huge topic. So it's the only thing. Yeah, all I want to do is just give you little hints about the parallels between the Celtic and the Vedic religion, so that you can go home and dive deeper, if you want. But cultural parallels first. And this is old news for some of you and probably new for some of you. But in Hindu Vedic tradition, you have the Brahmins, who are the sacred class, right? It's a hereditary sacred class. Among the Celts, you have the Druids, who are the hereditary sacred class. It's called Nemed, which means sacred. Then in Hinduism or Vedic tradition, you have the Kshatriya, who are the warriors. And in the Celtic tradition, you have warriors, okay? Then you have farmers and producers in the Hindu tradition, and then you have farmers and producers in the Celtic tradition. Now, Dumazil said there were only 3 functions. I don't buy it. There are 4. Okay, because in the Hindu tradition, they have the Sudra, who are the untouchables, right? In the Celtic tradition, you have the slaves. Excuse me. And in both ancient Hindu tradition, I forgot to get a glass of water. This is terrible. But in ancient Hindu tradition and also in Celtic tradition, the caste system was fluid. It wasn't fixed. So you could move up or down the social ladder. And in India, that changed when the Muslim invasions happened.
Right.
And the culture became solidified. The Celtic religion was creamed by the Romans. So we never really had a chance to develop to the 9th century. Excuse me, I'm going to cough again. Bad Druid, I need water. Okay, so another similarity, and Rachel, if you would be so kind, if you could put up the slide of the deity. There we go. I hope everybody can see that. So another similarity between Hinduism and Celtic tradition is the idea of triple deities. What you see there are the Matroni, the triple mothers, and then you have the triple Lu. Lu was born of triplets. The high gods tend to be triple. They're just about all triple. So in Hinduism, you have Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, and that tells you that you're dealing with high gods. That's the creator, the maintainer, and the destroyer. But they're seen as sort of together. Brahma is one, Vishnu is one, Shiva is one, but the 3 work together, and that tells you you're dealing with high gods. You also have the Tri Devi, Saraswati, Lakshmi, and Parvati. That's 3 goddesses. But whenever you see that number 3, that tells you you're dealing with the high deities. So in the Celtic tradition, we have, for example, Bridget or Vrija, who is a triple goddess. And that tells you you're immediately dealing with a high deity. She's goddess of healing, smithcraft, and poetry. Okay. And then again, Lu, who was born of triplets, and both Bridget and Lu are fiery deities. Lu is not a sun deity. That is a misconception. But they're both, the reason they're fiery is because they are brilliant. So it has to do with intelligence and skill. And that was something that the Celts really admired, both in men and women. There's no passive moon goddess. There's no Mary type, obedient figure. There's nothing like that. The idea is to be as smart as you can possibly be, to be active, to be creative, to be brilliant. That was the goal. The Morrigan is another triple goddess. 3 ravens or 3 crows. And she's the energy of the warriors. She gives her energy to the warriors, and she predicts when they're going to die. And that's because when the warriors died on the battlefield, the first thing that happened is flocks of crows and ravens would show up to peck out their eyes. And they would say, oh, that's the Morrigan, she's here. The triple goddess of Eire, or Ireland, Banva, Fodla, and Eriu, and I hope I said that right. But anyway,
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, I speak a smattering of Irish, but I don't really, especially when it comes to Old Irish, that's terrible. But anyway, so what you have here is the Matronae. You see that, that's the triple mothers. And the triple mothers were worshipped all over the Celtic world. So that would be Gaul and, as well as the insular areas, Britain, Ireland. So we're talking about Austria, Switzerland, France, Germany. Anyway, so again, the number 3, you're dealing with a very important triple goddess. The triple mothers are in charge of plants, food, and healthy children. So if you want to grow plants, grow food, eat food, or have healthy children, that's who you appeal to. Okay, so another parallel. In Hinduism, there are sacred cows. As you know, the Celts like to eat cows. They like to raid cows, but the cows were also sacred. And cows are lunar animals because they contain a liquid. It's called milk or soma. It's a sacred liquid. So for the Celts, they would drive the cows at Beltane between 2 fires as a ritual act of purification. And what that was doing was it was bringing fire and water together. And if you go into a Hindu temple, you'll find a fire, you'll find a well, okay? For a Druid ritual, a real Druid ritual, a Celtic Druid ritual, you got to have a fire, you got to have a well, or, it could be a lake, it could be a stream, it could be the ocean, but you have to have water and you have to have fire. And then the third thing you have, if you're a Druid, you have either a tree or you have a branch, which is a tree substitute. If you go into a Hindu temple, you're going to see a pole. So you have fire, water, pole, fire, water, tree.
Right.
Okay. But I believe that probably in ancient times, in the Vedic times, it was fire, water, tree. But, as modern times went on, now you have a pole.
Right.
Okay. And then horses. Okay. So if you read the Rig Veda, horses are all about fire in the Vedic tradition. And in the Celtic tradition, at Lunasa, which is our next big festival coming up. By the way, the modern pagans like to celebrate May 1st, August 1st, October 31st to November 1st, and February 1st. Those are all Roman dates. I hate to tell you. Those dates didn't happen until the Roman period. So I'm not too thrilled with those. For the ancient Celts, if you look at the Coligny calendar, or the Coligny calendar, the calendar is lunar. So those dates, the Beltane was at the full moon of the 5th month, for example. Samhain is at the dark of the moon, which is why it's a very scary time.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to be inside. You're not supposed to go out because there's no moon. You're going to trip and fall and some nasty thing is going to grab you, But it's in my book that I have coming out in about a year or so. I go into the lunar calendar and how to calculate the dates. But anyway, so the next festival, most pagans are going to be celebrating around the weekend of August 1st, 2nd, 3rd, like that. In ancient times, you took your horses, which are creatures of fire, and you drove them through water. That was the traditional thing to do. So they would ford a river or go through a pond, but again, it's because you had to bring fire and water together. So that's just another parallel. Okay, you can show the next slide with the...
Okay.
Okay, so between 2500 BCE and 1500 BCE, there was a culture called Harappa, or the Harappan culture, in the Indus River Valley in northwest India and Kashmir. The major cities of that culture were Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. This was a very advanced culture. They probably spoke Dravidian, which was the language of the indigenous people in India before Hinduism came in. They went through massive changes because due to climate change, the rains failed, and this culture had a sacred river. It was called the Saraswati. The Saraswati was to them what the Ganges is now, right? It was the sacred mother river goddess for the area. That river dried up. So by 2000 BCE, the river had completely disappeared. So what happened? The Harappans start to disperse. Some went south, they went down into India. Others went northeast into China and Tibet, and others migrated into Europe. This is where the Gundestrup cauldron kind of gets interesting. And a lot of you know this Cernunnos figure from the Gundestrup cauldron. So it was found in a Danish bog in 1891. It appears to have been made in the 1st or 2nd century BCE. And what you're looking at here is a horned deity. People like to say it's Cernunnos, but I don't think we really know. Mm-hmm. But we know it's Celtic because he's wearing a torque, a neck ring, which in Celtic tradition means noble status. He's also holding up a torque with his hand, and he's holding a snake with a torque around its neck. So this figure very closely resembles the Mohenjo-daro figure, which is on the other side. If you look at the Mohenjo-daro figure, you can see it's surrounded by animals. That's Shiva, by the way. Notice he has horns. He's sitting in the lotus position, or half lotus. Cernunnos, for lack of a better word, also has horns. And he's sitting in a half lotus position, and he's surrounded by animals. Shiva is called Shiva Pasupati, or Lord of the Animals. The Shiva seal that you're looking at is 2350 to 2000 BCE. Hindu depictions of Shiva often show him meditating with a serpent wrapped around his neck, and that implies fearlessness. Our Cernunnos figure is grasping a serpent not around his neck, but he's holding it, and that shows that he's fearless. Okay, so I think I'm going to take a pause right here. Do we have any questions?
Not at the moment, but I can't believe how similar those two images are. It is really striking, isn't it? How many, it is quite astounding how similar those two images are from different countries completely. It's amazing.
Well, you know, one of the mistakes people make is they like to equate cultures with race. They like to say, oh, I have Celtic blood. There's no such thing as Celtic blood. No. It's nonsense. But I mean, the people tended to stay put. You know, they've done surveys in England, for example. The same people have been there for thousands of years, right? So the cultures change, but the people stay the same. But what does happen is merchants and artisans and craftspeople move around. Okay. So if you're looking at Celt Iberia, which some people think is the origin of Celtic culture, but I don't know. It's a big question. But they were going up and down the Atlantic seaboard, trading and bringing crafts. Okay. Then you have the Gaulish Celts, and that's France and Germany area. They they were trading with Europe, but along the Danube. That was their main route. Okay, where am I thinking? There's, okay, then you have Marseille also in Gaul. You have Marseille, which Marsalia, and they're trading with the Mediterranean area. But anyway, so it's, the culture evolved because of these trade routes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. So if you have merchants going from area to area, communicating with people, they bring language. And they bring new goods and new ideas and new products. So it's hard to say whether the culture began, you know, in the Hallstatt area in Austria, or whether it began in Spain, in Iberia, or whether it began in Gaul. That's the new theory now, is Gaul, you know, but it kind of all developed, it rose, you know, in those three areas, and primarily because of the trade.
Yeah.
So you're either trading from the Danube, or you're trading along the Mediterranean, or you're trading up and down the Atlantic seaboard. Anyway, so no questions, no complaints.
No, we're all right at the moment.
Nobody's mad at me yet?
Nobody's run away screaming. You're all right.
Okay. Okay, so how much time do we have left?
Well, we've had 20 minutes, so 20, 25 minutes more.
All right.
No, ish.
So another parallel.
Are you finished with the images? Shall I?
Yeah, we're pretty, I guess we're done.
Yeah.
But as I mentioned, the Hallstatt Celtic area evolved because of the Danube River, and of course the salt trade, Salzburg and old Salzburg, you know, salt mountain or salt place, salt town. But why is it called the Danube? Okay.
I'm hoping you're going to tell us.
So the Danube River is a sacred mother river goddess around which the Eastern European Celtic cultures evolved. And the root of the name Danube is Danu.
Danu.
Who is the mother of the tribe of Danu. She's the leader of the tribe of Danu. And the same goddess gave her name to the Don River, the Dnieper, which is in Ukraine. The Don is in Russia. Danu is also an early Hindu goddess, and she's the goddess of the primeval waters.
Okay.
And in the Rig Veda, she's called the mother of the Danavas, or the mother of the children of Danu, which is very similar to the Tuatha De Danann, which is the tribe of Danu.
Yeah.
So the children of Danu in Celtic mythology are the tribe, the gods and goddesses, and they're all under Danu, who's the great goddess. So that's another interesting parallel. And another one is Celtic culture had a practice of fasting against. And this was an ancient practice where a person who had greater power or influence could be shamed into doing what you wanted. So if you thought that they were unjust or they acted against you, you could fast against them. And this would shame them into providing restitution for a wrong that they had done to you. In Hindu tradition, there's a ritual called sitting dharna, which involves a fast undertaken at the door of a powerful or a more powerful offender to obtain justice or payment of a debt. It's the exact same ritual.
Yeah.
Okay. So another parallel is the belief in reincarnation. And We have some quotes from the Romans. Pomponius Mela, who was a Roman geographer writing in around the year 43 CE, reported that the Druids taught reincarnation to strengthen the courage of the warriors. And this is a direct quote from him. One of their dogmas has become widely known, so they may the more readily go to war, namely that souls are everlasting and that among the shades is another life. Okay, so they're teaching the warriors, don't worry if you die in battle, not a big deal.
It's a good plan. It's a good plan.
Well, the Celts believed in reincarnation so strongly that they could actually settle their debts by saying, I can't pay you in this world, but I'll pay you in the next life. And they go, okay, fine. They shake on it.
Try that one. See how well I get on.
No, but that was valid. You could actually contract. And who knows? I mean, that's karma, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so a Roman historian called Ammianus Marcellinus, he was a Roman soldier and historian, wrote, quote, the Druids declare the souls to be immortal. So the body comes and goes, but the soul remains. Somebody has to write a song about that. A Greek historian, Diodorus Siculus, declares, quote, the Pythagorean doctrine prevails among them, teaching that the souls of men are immortal and live again for a fixed number of years, inhabited in another body.
Okay.
Now, what's interesting about Pythagoras is we know that he hung out with a druid and named Abaris. What we don't know is, did Abaris teach Pythagoras or did Pythagoras teach Abaris?
Oh, okay.
Okay, another one. Marcus Annaeus Lucanus, also called Lucan in English, was a Roman poet. And he said, he was quoting the Druids thusly. He says, quote, you tell us that the same spirit has a body again elsewhere, and that death, if what you sing is true, is but the midpoint of a long life. And I love that one.
Yeah.
Death is but the midpoint in a long life.
That's good.
Okay, so I'm just giving you little tidbits, little foods for thought.
Yeah.
You know? Okay. In the Book of Invasions, which is an Irish pseudo-history, it's kind of made up, but it's a compilation of oral lore, so stories and traditions that was finally written down. We have the Song of Amergin, or Amergin White-Knee. But I'm just going to read a little bit from that and then give you a parallel, a Hindu parallel. Okay. He says, I am the wind that blows across the sea. I am the wave of the ocean. I am the murmur of the billows. I am the bull of 7 combats. I am the vulture on the rock. I am a ray of the sun. I am the fairest of flowers. I am a wild boar in valor. I am a salmon in the pool. I am a lake on the plain. I am the skill of the craftsman. I am a word of science. I am the spear point that gives battle. I am the God who creates in the head of man the fire of thoughts. Okay, so it's describing God.
Yeah.
The creator. Okay. And so it's very pantheistic, animistic. You know, God is everywhere. God is in all things. Creation, spirituality. Makes perfect sense to me. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Look at anything. Look at a bug. Look at a tree. Look at a rabbit. Look at a rock.
Yep.
It's all God, you know? Yeah. Okay, so here's what the Bhagavad Gita says, this is Krishna singing, I am the self established in the heart of all contingent beings. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all contingent beings too. Among luminous bodies, I am the sun. Among heavenly mansions, I am the moon. And Meru among the high aspiring mountains. Of floods, I am the ocean. And Mount Meru is the great mountain at the center of the world. Okay, so actually that was really, that was all I was going to give you because I was expecting some questions. No questions from anybody?
You have captivated everyone, I think. We're
Right,
all a bit shocked, I think, that of all those similarities.
Yeah, well, that's just touching, vaguely touching. But okay, I'm just going to cover the books then one more time. So this one, A Legacy of Druids. If you're interested in modern Druids, and these are conversations with Druid leaders, past, present, some of them are now deceased, which makes it even more interesting. But, Olivia Robertson is in here, and lots of other folks. And Philip Carr-Gomm wrote the foreword. So it really gives you a taste of all the different flavors of Druid that are out there. And then I just want to give a quick mention, A Druid's Herbal of Sacred Tree Medicine. If you're interested in working with trees medicinally, and the Ogham alphabet. So this book goes letter by letter through the Ogham alphabet, and then gives you the medicinal properties, the spiritual and poetic meanings. And this is not modern made up Druid anything. This is all footnoted old stuff. Okay, so A Druid's Herbal of Sacred Tree Medicine. And then for people who want fiction rather than nonfiction, I just want to mention quickly, I have a trilogy of novels. They're all based on, I've been a Druid since 1984. So I've done a lot of reading and a lot of study. So these are fiction, but the Druid path is really encoded in these books. And the first one is called Priestess of the Forest. The second one is The Druid Isle. And the third one is Priestess of the Fire Temple. And they all have strong female protagonists. The main characters are female druids, and they start in the 2nd century, they end in the 5th century, and they go from Ireland to Scotland back to Ireland. And the second book, The Druid Isle, is based on Iona, the island of Iona,
right,
which was called Inis nan Druidniach, or the Isle of Druids. That was the original, one of the old names.
You've actually got a couple of questions now. And now I think everybody's processing. We're all in a bit of shock, I think, at such a revelation.
Okay, questions. Yay.
So did Celtic influence Vedic or vice versa?
The Proto-Vedic culture became the Vedic culture, and that it depended on where they went. If they went west, it turned into Celtic religion. If they went east and south, it turned into Hinduism, because India was a tree worshipping matrifocal or matriarchal culture, the Dravidians. And then when the Vedic culture went into India, that changed and it became Hinduism. Yeah. So if you really want to get to the root of it, you have to look at the Proto-Vedic culture and Proto-Vedic language, which has been kind of put together. There's some fascinating tree words, things like that. And if you know any Irish at all, or Scots Gaelic, or you look at it and you go, my God, it's like you can find it in there. Yeah.
I think you may have answered the second question, but they went on to say, if they came from the same source, what is that source?
Proto-Vedic.
Proto-Vedic, yeah. There's another one up here, which is, I thought the Celts came from the Black Sea.
Okay, that there are currently 3 theories now. When you say the Celts, it doesn't mean a people, it means a culture. So where did the culture come from? Because the people didn't go anywhere. The same people have been there since the Ice Age, right? There wasn't that much movement of people, and we know that from the genetic studies, you know. So that there are 3 theories. One theory is that the culture developed along the Danube basin, from the Black Sea area along the Danube basin, goes to Austria, goes to Switzerland, you know, and the language develops there and the distinctive artistic style and all that. That's one theory. The second theory is Celtic from the West, which is it started in Iberia along the Atlantic seaboard. And you kind of have to turn the map sideways because people were traveling up and down from Spain all the way up to Shetland. That was a trade route. So languages and crafts and skills and artistic styles were being shared up and down the Atlantic seaboard. And Barry Cunliffe claims that the inscriptions found in Iberia, in Spain, or Portugal and Spain, are actually older than anything found in the Hallstatt. But they seem to be roughly the same age, as far as I can tell, but we don't really know. And then the third theory is that Gaul, which is in the middle, so you have Celtic from the east, which is Austria, you have Celtic from the west, which is Spain, or you have Celtic from the center, which is Gaul, because Gaul was trading with the whole Mediterranean area.
Right.
So in order for a culture to develop, you have to have wealth, because you have to have enough extra money so that you can buy art and commission art, and have learned people who weren't just worrying about survival, you know, enough extra wealth so that you have educated people and philosophers and poets and storytellers, and, you know, the culture flourishes. But it seems likely that it all emerged in all 3 areas, because each of those areas had its own, well, especially it started in the east and the west first, it seems like, and then gradually went into the center. But this is all a matter of discussion right now.
Yeah, well, even the archaeologists and the historians can't make
it's all being debated. And if you're really interested, I actually have a group on Facebook called Celtic and Ancient History, Archaeology, and Art. And we have over 7,000 members on there, I think, now. It increases every day. And that's the kind of thing that we discuss. And people bring in evidence, and you know, we were just discussing that last week.
That's dog adding his voice to it all.
Okay.
I think it is interesting because I'd always sort of thought there must be, each culture just has different representatives of gods. They're all from the, you know, duplicates of each other kind of thing. But someone's put down, Christina's put, this is mind-blowing. And it is, because you have absolutely proved what I've been thinking of the whole time I've been a pagan, which is about 30 years. To actually have information presented as you've done today, which shows the similarities, and it is mind-blowing. Absolutely. Thank you for that. By the way,
the Order of White Oak was founded officially in 1997, although we started talking in 1996. That morphed into Tribe of the Oak. It's now Tribe of the Oak, tribeoftheoak.com. But back in the 90s, this is what we were discussing. We read the Rig Veda one paragraph at a time.
Okay.
And so I typed it out myself.
That was a job and a half.
Well, every day I would post one, you know, stanza from the Rig Veda, and we would talk about it. And we would compare it to Celtic religion. And that, we talked about that for 10 years.
Yeah, I think you have literally stunned everyone into silence pretty much.
Oh dear.
We've all got this processing through our heads now. There's Audrey says absorbing and fascinating. And Sue says, yeah, Sue's one of my friends. We've often talked about similarities between Kali Ma and the Kalach, with the blue skin and the death and rebirth. And there are so many similarities between deities of different cultures that there had to be a connection. And yeah, it's...
Well, I really look at it as the same religion. It's kind of like Christianity. You can have Roman Catholics and you can have Lutherans, and they're the same religion, right?
Yeah.
So I look at it, but it's the ancient Celtic religion. So I see the ancient Celtic religion and Hinduism as being the same, two ends of the same religion.
Yeah. I've definitely got to delve into that more. I have got all the Vedas and things. I bought it ages and ages ago. Never read it.
Which book?
Read it now. You said the word and I can't say it. The one you said you typed out all the different.
Oh, the Rig Veda.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm no good at pronouncing it. I bought that years ago, sitting on the bookshelf. I'm going to have to read it.
Anybody who calls himself a druid needs to read the Rig Veda.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. You have been asked, is your next book on this topic?
Yes, but not with moon books. I didn't want to talk about it too much, but yeah, it's a Celtic Reconstructionist Druidism handbook, beliefs and practice. So it goes into all of this stuff and more. And it's an in-depth. It's a lot of the training that we did. There's this unfortunate thing happening now that everything's moved to Facebook. It seems like people just want to hang out on Facebook and they don't want to read anymore. Because I used to be able to, I used to initiate a lot of people and I would say, here are all the books, got to read all these books.
Yeah.
As you can tell from this talk, there's a lot of material, right?
Yeah.
So I would say, here's the books, you read the basic books. Once you've read the books, then you begin your lessons. Now people can't even read the books. They just can't. So I've been trying, I've been trying for 7 years in Tribe of the Oak to get people to read the books. And I'm having, it's like pulling teeth. So what I finally decided, because the White Oak material became the Tribe of Oak material.
Right.
I didn't want the lessons to be lost. So I collaborated with Kenneth Prufrock, who was also a member of White Oak, and Peter Quant, who's a tree expert, and they wrote essays for it. And we created a handbook, and you still can't be in it. You could do a self-initiation, I guess, but if you want to really be an initiate, you have to have a teacher.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And, you could contact me and I'd be happy to work with you. But the book is going to give you an overview of the lessons in shortened form, the lessons that we did to create initiates, which is much harder now. I don't know. So that's just what other people experience it as well. It's not just me.
I still love books. We've got lots of people supporting us, still reading books.
Yeah.
There's a few of us left.
Any other questions or observations?
I think you've got lots of compliments you've made a lot of people think today, which is a good thing.
Well, you can find me on Facebook. You can send me a message. You can go to tribeoftheoak.com. You can go to elleneverethopman.com. I can be found. And if any of this grabs you and you want to go deeper and you would like to become an initiate, just let me know.
Excellent. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ellen. As always, it's an absolute pleasure to talk to you. My mind is spinning. which is a good thing.
Thank you.
And thank you. Yes, thank you for everyone for joining us. More talks to come and more tomorrow. So thank you, Ellen. Take care.
Namaste.
Namaste.
If you are a supporting member, you can request a mentor for any class you take. When you log into your first lesson for the class, you will notice a menu across the top, and one is Pick a Mentor or Request a Mentor. You click that tab and it will bring up a screen of available mentors. You can read about our mentors, many but not all, on the staff page on the main portion of the Witch School site. A free basic member has access to about 35 classes, including all of those required for first-degree clergy training with the Karelian Nativist Church. However, mentors are only available to free basic members for clergy training. The General Studies class, mentors are not available. Free basic accounts can also only sign up for 5 courses at a time. Supporting memberships at WSI allow you access to mentors for any of the 140 plus courses offered at the school. You're allowed to sign up for 8 classes at a time, and coming with our anniversary in September, we will deliver to you a digital virtual box of spells and artwork and poems and articles and news stories, many things that you would expect to find for an extra fee at a subscription service. However, it's all included in your supporting membership.
Hello there. Today I found a hairbrush, and with that comes the idea of hair magic. I mean, I'm no expert because my hair is a little short, but I did have long hair at one point, which is why I do still have a hairbrush. With hair magic, one of the first things that comes to my mind is the idea of a pendulum. The earliest pendulums were actually made by taking a strand of hair and using the ring as the weight part. And so women would take a piece of their hair out and put their wedding bands on it, and they would use that as a pendulum, which is kind of cool. As far as the rest of hair magic goes, you have a lot of stories that talk about hair magic, such as Rapunzel, and you can see a lot of her using her hair as a rope, especially in the new movie where they redo the whole story of Rapunzel, which is pretty cool. And so hair actually also, from a scientific standpoint, is made from different proteins in your body, and so it actually has a lot of things that your body has gone through in them. So it's a chemical diary in some sort of way. So you can, the longer your hair is, the longer the history that your body has been recording for you. And so you can see a whole bunch of different things in your hair. So that's cool too. So you can do a lot of any kind of string magic you can easily do with hair. And also you can do a lot of memory spells, as well as working on the past with your hair. Again, I personally can't do very much of that myself because of the short hair, but back when I had long hair, I could. So that's it for today, and I'll see you around. Bye.
The wand represents the Corellian virtue of practicality, considering the long-term effects of your actions and making choices accordingly. Lesson 2. Cosmology. God, the universe, and everything. There are two levels to the Wiccan understanding of deity. The first is personal, the second universal. On a personal level, we approach deity as an entity with whom we interact through words and actions and with whom we maintain a personal relationship. At this level, we give deity many names and faces, and we interact with deity through these. Most Wiccans will use a variety of names and faces for deity in this personal sense, but will have one particular form they perceive as their patron. They will interact with this patron deity, or in some cases patron deities, in a very personal way, seeking guidance, inspiration, and practical help in both daily life and esoteric matters. Let us use the goddess Sekhmet as an example. Sekhmet is a goddess of Egyptian provenance, and her worship goes back to and beyond the dawn of recorded history. Sekhmet is commonly portrayed as a woman with the head of a lioness, carrying either a scepter or a sword. Sekhmet is the patroness of magic, but also of courage and strength. A devotee of Sekhmet might hope to be inspired by her with these qualities. Does this mean that we believe that Sekhmet is an entity living somewhere with the actual head of a lioness on a human woman's body? No. But this personal sense goes deeper than that. The best analogy of how Wiccans look at deity is in the famous example of the diamond. We think of deity rather like an enormous diamond of many facets. Each facet is beautiful in and of itself and can be used as a way to access the heart of the diamond. But in reality, each facet only provides a different but equal way of looking at the same stone. Thus, when the devotee speaks to Sekhmet, they are in reality using a personal form to address a universal power. The reason we need such personal forms is that we build our bond with deity through emotion. All of the abstract understanding in the world will make no difference to you if you cannot connect to it emotionally. It will seem dry and empty, and will strike no resonance in your being. Since everyone's emotional nature is different, being as we are individuals, we Wiccans use many different images of deity. A person who has negative feelings toward their mother may have difficulty identifying with the mother goddess, but may find the crone goddess a great source of strength and comfort. A person who loves the ocean may find it much easier to connect with the more aquatic mother goddesses such as Yamaya than with an earthy mother goddess like Gaia. Both represent the same concept, but the exact approach of each image offers variety to the individual. At no time do we perceive an individual face of deity, such as Venus or Caradwen or Shaktil, as being the only face of deity, only our individually preferred face. Also, it must be remembered that we live many lifetimes through reincarnation. Sometimes we resonate very strongly with a particular face of deity because we've interacted with deity through that face in previous lifetimes. Thus, we might be drawn to Isis, for example, because in previous lifetimes we have been a devotee of Isis. The second way in which Wiccans look at deity is universal. We acknowledge that the true nature of deity is beyond all names and forms, and indeed perhaps beyond all mortal understanding. As our personal images of deity are the facets, so universal deity is the diamond. Wiccans believe that any one name or form for deity can never possibly encompass all of the nature of universal deity, but rather can only serve to limit our understanding of it. Because of this, we regard monotheism as an extremely primitive and limiting point of view. Rather, we use our personal images of deity symbolically to help us understand the nature of universal deity, and we use myth as a tool to illustrate the qualities and processes of universal deity without ever imagining that a single view can encapsulate the whole nature of the divine. Having laid out this basic understanding of how Wiccans view deity, let us illustrate it by presenting one of the most sacred myths of the Wiccan faith and explaining its deeper meaning. Introduction to the Vangelo delle Streghe. One of the most sacred pieces of Wiccan literature is the Vangelo delle Streghe. This is a collection of legends preserved and passed down through generations of the Aradian witches of Italy. A little over a century ago, the Italian witch, Maddalena Allenti, gave a copy of the Vangelo to the famed folklorist Charles Godfrey Leland, on the understanding that he would publish it. The most important part of the Vangelo is the creation story it contains. This creation story is a sublime allegorical account of the creation of the physical world and the descent of spirit into matter. The story touches on very ancient themes and is reminiscent of the ancient Greek myth of Ophion and Eurynome and the creation myth of the goddess Cybele. You must understand, however, that the stories in the Vangelo are meant to be understood as allegory, which is to say that these stories represent their subject symbolically, portraying it in familiar everyday forms rather than with abstract concepts. If you try to read these stories literally, they appear rather shallow and foolish. Only by understanding that the Vangelo's human characters actually represent the timeless forces of nature and the universe, and their actions portray the cosmic processes, can you hope to get anything out of it. Maddalena did not bother to explain this. She was willing to let people know more about the ancient Aradian witch traditions, but she didn't want them to know too much. She knew that people who understood allegory would be able to read between the lines and appreciate what they found there. She's also supposed to have made certain alterations to the text, apparently for purposes of secrecy, which leaves some confusion in the original text. But despite this, the text is of enormous value. Creation in the Vangelo. According to the Vangelo delle Streghe, Diana was the first created of all creation. In her were all things. In other words, Diana, or goddess, is primeval deity. She existed before the first beginning as chaos, God without form, existing in a void, and having within herself the seeds of all things, both spiritual and material, all mixed up together without order or definition. Primeval deity is androgynous, having both feminine, spirit or yin, and masculine, matter or yang, elements, and is sometimes portrayed as such in myth and artwork. Other times, however, primeval deity is portrayed as feminine, since we think of primeval deity in association with the goddess, indeed, as the higher self of the goddess. In this sense, primeval deity is identified with the crone goddess, the goddess in her aged state, having existed from before the dawn of time. This is the wisest and most knowing part of goddess, most commonly called Hecate. This is the goddess portrayed with greater or lesser respect as the Halloween witch, with pointed hat and broom. For endless eons, primeval deity existed in this amorphous and undifferentiated state, in the darkness before the first creation. At first aware of nothing, she slept, resting and recharging, gathering her energies and merely being, alone and complete in herself. But over the course of time, primeval deity began to stir, to become aware. First, she became aware of her own existence. In time, she began to think, to dream, to question, and to desire. She wondered, what would it be like to feel? What would it be like to move, to take action, to be able to receive sensation, to see, to taste, to hear? And so for eons, primeval deity thought and considered and wondered, and then, out of herself, the first darkness, she divided herself. Into darkness and light she was divided. The God, her brother and son, herself and her other self was the light. Primeval deity divided herself. One became two. All of the physical, tangible, and volatile parts of primeval deity went into the God who was the light. The God exploded into existence out of primeval deity in a shower of spark and flame that we remember as the Big Bang, the starting point of physical creation. All of the spiritual, ethereal, and eternal parts of primeval deity remained in the goddess. In this sense, goddess is thought of as a continuation of primeval deity, since the consciousness of primeval deity is one of the spiritual parts that remained with her. The god spread out in all directions through the primordial void, a blaze of light and superheated matter. In time, his fire would cool into stars, and from stars into planets. As this happens, the vibration of the matter slows, and it becomes more dense, seemingly solid. This slowing, cooling, and solidifying is described as falling into matter. Symbolically, the god is described as having fallen into 7 planes of existence. Some people say there are more, but since the divisions are not as exact as all that, the number is not as important as the concept. 7 is the ancient number, based on the idea of the 7 Ptolemaic planets. That is, the sun, the moon, and those planets visible with the naked eye. The 7 planes are, from the lowest up, physical, emotional, mental, astral, solar or egoic, monadic, and divine. We will talk more about these later. The 7 planes are also sometimes called the 7 spheres or the 7 dimensions. All refer to the same basic concept. The Vangelo continues. And when Diana saw that the light was so beautiful, the light which was her other half, her brother the god, she yearned for it with exceeding great desire, wishing to receive the light again into her darkness, to swallow it up in rapture, in delight. She trembled with desire, and this trembling was the first dawn. But the god's light fled from her and would not yield to her wishes. He was the light which flies into the most distant parts of heaven, the mouse which flies before the cat. Seeing the beauty of the god, that is, of the physical world, the goddess was entranced with desire and wanted it back. She had dreamed of seeing and tasting and doing, but being separate from the god, she could do none of this. She could only observe from the outside that which she had created. The goddess wanted the experiences she had dreamed of, and so she desired to take the created universe back into herself. But it wasn't that easy. The Vangelo tells how the goddess went to the oldest part of herself, primeval deity, who was still within her. The Vangelo calls primeval deity the mothers and fathers who were before the first creation, which emphasizes primeval deity's androgynous aspect. In other words, the goddess consulted her own higher self. In many ancient myths, notably the story of Demeter and Persephone, this same process is shown by the goddess entering Hecate's cave to take counsel from the eldest and wisest part of deity. In the Vangelo, Diana asked primeval deity how she could reunite with the god, how spirit could take matter back into itself. And the ancient one, primeval deity, the goddess' own higher self, answered in this way. To rise, you must fall. To become the greatest of all goddesses, you must first become immortal. In other words, it was not possible for spirit simply to take matter back. If the goddess wished to reunite with the god, to be one with matter and experience it, she had to enter into the physical world. Only in that way could the goddess and the god reunite. And so Diana fell. That is to say, she descended through the 7 planes to the physical. She did this by dividing off parts of herself, the many souls, which she sent into the physical and placed into physical forms. Each soul was to lead many lifetimes, going through many physical forms in the process. Seeing this now, you are one of the lifetimes of one of those souls that are part of the great goddess. We are her children, and we are also children of the god, for our existence is the accomplishment of their union. The Vangelo describes this process in extremely symbolic terms. It tells how Diana took the form of a cat, the soul entering into matter, and in this way got close to the god. Then, resuming her own form, she made passionate love to him. Then, to maintain the union of spirit and matter, the goddess cast a spell. She sang a charm, and her voice was as the buzzing of bees. And then Diana sat at her spinning wheel and began to spin the thread of life, and the god turned the wheel. In other words, having placed soul into matter, the goddess used the power of sound, that is vibration, to set the universe as we know it into motion. Energy is what holds all things together, from subatomic particles to galaxies of stars. The vibration of that energy, its movement, sometimes described as its frequency, is what makes it work and determines on what level it works. The denser or more physical a thing is, the lower its vibration or frequency is said to be. The more spiritual the energy, the higher its vibration. Vibration is comparable to sound, which can be a powerful magical tool. For this reason, the vibration of the universe at differing frequencies through each of the 7 planes or spheres is often described as the music of the spheres. Music and song have long been used in many spiritual traditions as a means of affecting the vibration of energy. Sound can be used in this way to disperse negative or unfocused energy, to break down psychic blockages, and to create or affect specific energetic forms. Sound is a very powerful tool precisely because sound, or vibration, is the very force the goddess used to set the wheel of life into motion. Called the goddess spinning wheel in the Vangelo delle Streghe, the wheel of life is a very ancient concept. It is represented annually by the sacred wheel of the year, which you will learn about in Lesson 3. From this wheel, goddess, spirit, spins the thread of life. That is, she determines its nature, qualities, the lessons to be learned, and the things to be done and accomplished. The destiny, if you will. But the god, matter, or perhaps more precisely physical experience, turns the wheel. As the goddess is the nature of life, the god is the process of living, the movement through the planes of existence. The goddess is the essential nature of the universe and of life itself. She provides the divine spark that animates all things. But the god carries that spark forward. The god is lord of space and time, master of the temporal universe. In this aspect, he is called the lord of the dance, for he leads the dance of life, facilitating experience and growth. In this way, their essence originating from the goddess, and their ability to move and to grow originating from the god, the many souls descended into the physical plane. The goal of this, as stated above, was to experience, to learn and grow. Having arrived in the physical, the souls set out to learn all that the physical plane could teach them, and then they began their ascent back up through the 7 planes, to ultimately rejoin with goddess from whence they came. Each plane has its own special lessons that are of great importance to the soul. Though seemingly separated from the goddess, each of these souls remains always attached to her, always a part of her, for it is through them, as part of them, that the goddess entered into her own physical creation, the god. We are one with the goddess, and our experiences are her experience. We are eternal and immortal as souls, never cut off from goddess or spirit, only differentiated. All of the powers and abilities of the goddess are within us and at our command, if we can clear our vision enough to see and access them. Descending through the planes of existence was like going through a curtain or veil. The veil obscures our vision of the things above us. Because of the veil, we forget that we are part of the goddess, that we are spiritual beings experiencing the physical, and start to think that we are simply physical beings. As we ascend the planes, we're highly aware of those planes that are below us, and we perceive them fairly easily. It is much harder to perceive the planes above us. From where we are, it is difficult for us to see or communicate with the higher planes of consciousness, and it is easy to imagine that what our eyes perceive is all that exists. To progress, we must part the veil and see beyond it. The more we work, magically and psychically, the thinner that veil becomes. Some people are born with the veil already very thin. These people are said to be born old. It may seem that those who are born old don't have to work as hard to progress, and that psychic and magical skills just come naturally to them. This is because they have already done the work to develop these skills in previous lifetimes. It is generally said that we are currently on the mental plane, able to easily perceive mental, emotional, and physical energies. It is also said that we are, and have long been, in the process of moving into the astral or intuitional plane, and thus have increasing perception of what we might loosely call psychic matters. Though we have some perception of the planes beyond this, it is difficult to see very much of them from our current position. Of course, as in all things, there are a variety of points of view on the subject of the planes or spheres of existence. This is the Corellian view. X, you are here. As you can see, Wicca perceives the conscious mind as only a small part of a much larger being, originating from and eternally connected to the Mother Goddess. Our conscious self is normally a reflection of our physical body, first dimension, our emotions, second dimension, and our thinking mind, third dimension. These three dimensions of our being are said to compose our lower self. It should be understood that lower refers to vibrational frequency and is not meant as any sort of value judgment, as all parts of the being are good and valuable. The lower the vibrational frequency, the greater the physical density. As humans, we normally have a natural comprehension of these three aspects of our lower self, accepting them without question as an obvious component of our being. We all know our physical body and its reactions. We all feel our emotions, both conscious and unconscious. We are all aware of our cognitive and rational faculties. All of these are within our level of common experience and are known to us, if not always fully understood. Above our level of common experience is our higher self, a concept you were introduced to in Lesson 1. The higher self, like the lower self, has three levels of being. Immediately above our common perception is the astral self, fourth dimension. Also called the causal self, the astral self is the part of us that determines what things we choose to experience in a given physical life, and what lessons we are trying to learn. It is from this level that the higher self creates the life we are living. The astral portion of the higher self sets the pattern of life, accepts or rejects every potential event in that life, and can make whatever alterations the higher self chooses at any point during that life. This is one reason it is so important to be on good terms with our higher self, because by moving in sync with its choices, we make life a much easier process. The astral level, also sometimes called the intuitional or Buddhic level, is the level that we shift to when we work magic. Above the astral is the egoic self, or soul, fifth dimension. The word soul is often used to describe the whole higher self, but specifically it refers to the fifth level of the being. The soul is the separate personality of the higher self, built up out of the total experience of many, many lifetimes. All of the benefits of every life lived, the outcome of every lesson learned, the knowledge of everything seen, felt, and done is retained in the soul. And this accumulation gives it its special character that is distinct from all other souls. The soul is the organ by which the being grows, and the manner in which experience and growth is retained and built upon. Above the soul is the monad. The term monad comes from the Greek monos, meaning single unit. The monad is the portion of the soul that is perfect in itself, just as it was when the goddess divided it off from herself. The monad is the divine spark of life that animates the being and that is conscious of itself as a portion of deity. It is a separate portion of the goddess, but it is essentially the same intelligence with no differentiation. Individuated, but not differentiated from the goddess, the monad contains all of the attributes and qualities of the divine, while at the same time being separate unto itself. The monad is the motivating force of the being. Because of this, the monad always moves to the good and is incapable of doing otherwise. A perfect microcosm of the goddess, the monad remembers the time before the first creation when all was one. The monad also remembers the reason it was separated from the goddess, and because of this it has a natural desire to evolve and unfold until it is one with the goddess again. These three parts form the higher self, of which we only become aware through effort. The astral self, which creates our life as we live it, deciding and arranging all that happens. The soul, which stores all of these experiences and is shaped by them. And the monad, the divine part of us that sought those experiences and revels in them, but that also seeks eventual union with the rest of deity and a return to the primordial oneness. The final level of being, above the monad, is the goddess herself, seventh dimension. She is the single soul of the universe from whom all others ultimately come, and she is the very center of your being. All of creation branches off from her through the medium of the God. Goddess is the life, God is the living. Goddess is the essence, God is the manifestation. Every aspect of creation is endowed by both Goddess and God, and all is sentient in the higher levels of being, if not always in the physical. More about energy. Now, as we said in Lesson 1, the universe is composed of energy. All of these different parts of the being are composed of energy. You, in every level of yourself, are composed of energy, as is everything around you. Energy reacts to thought and emotion. This is why, by rising to your higher self, specifically the astral level, you can affect and control energy, work magic. This is also why energy affects you, and why clearing and releasing is so important. There are other ways in which you can be affected by energy, besides holding excess energy after psychic and magical work. The energy of certain times and places has an effect on people, as does the energy of certain objects, such as gemstones, to use a well-known example. By aligning with these energies and working with them, you can increase and improve your own energy, and thus your psychic and magical abilities and their results in your everyday life. In Lesson 3, you will learn more about how these energies affect you and how you can best take advantage of them to aid your personal spiritual growth.
Hey! Aha!
Spell for Lesson 2, Manifesting a Desire. This is a simple spell for manifesting something you desire. When trying to manifest a desire, there are several things you should keep in mind. Always respect the rule of harm none. What you are manifesting should not be something that belongs to another, and never ever should what you are manifesting be a person. You must always respect the free will of others. Also, you should not be too narrow in your desire. For example, if you are manifesting money, you should not ask for $10, but rather for the money I need, at least $10. Spirit may send you more than you ask for, unless you yourself have limited it. Spirit will never overrule the limitations you place on yourself. Only you can remove those. Finally, when just starting out in magic, it may be advisable to start with small things. This is because magic will not work if you don't believe it will work, as energy responds to thought and emotion. If your thought is, I manifest a Cadillac, but your emotion is, I could never do this, it won't work. By starting with simple things, you can build up in increments and be less likely to run into self-imposed limitations. For this spell, you will need the following items. A candle. White is good, but so is red. Something to light it with. Nothing will screw up your magical consciousness worse than forgetting the matches and having to stop and look for them in the middle of the working. A piece of paper. Something to write with. A burning dish. That is, a dish that is not going to be damaged by fire. Brass incense burners work very well, but many other things do too. Something to stir the fire with. A stick or a knife work well. Put yourself into a comfortable position. Begin by releasing all tension and anxiety. Now, think about what you want to manifest. Concentrate on it and imagine clearly what it might be like to have it. Meditate on this for a while, keeping it clear in your mind. Now, write down on your paper what it is you wish. You may want to write it in a manner similar to the invocation given below. You may notice that we use the same one rather a lot, but when something works well, why mess with it? Now light your candle. Again, release all tension before you start the actual spell. Focus for a few moments on the candle's flame. Now take up your paper. You may want to fold it in half, but don't fold it up tightly, as this will retard the burning process. Imagine a ball of light in the center of your chest. Affirm the following. Behold, I connect myself to the powers of the universe. Imagine yourself rising up above your physical body and high above the earth. You may want to imagine looking down at the whole earth below you. Now affirm, there is one power in the universe, and I am a perfect manifestation of that power. Open your eyes and take up your paper. Affirm, there is one power in the universe, and I am a perfect manifestation of that power. And as such I will that even as this paper burns, so too shall that which I have written come to pass. May it come to me easily and with harm toward none. I will it, I draw it to me, I manifest it, I accept it, I receive it, I give thanks for it. By my will, so mote it be. Now set the paper on fire. Imagine a ball of white light all around the paper as clear and bright as possible. Hold the paper as long as possible and then place it in the burning dish and let it burn until it is gone. Use a stick or a knife to lift it in the bowl so that it doesn't lie on just one side and prevent that side from burning. The speed and thoroughness with which the paper burns shall be an omen to you of how long it will take for the thing to come to you. If any part of the paper doesn't burn, take that piece and, repeating the affirmation over it, burn it again. Now clear and release as you know to do, and do not obsess over what you have manifested. Worrying about it excessively will tend to block it. So, the less you can think about it, the better. Instead, simply know that you have done it successfully and wait for it to come. If you cannot be patient, tell yourself, I put myself into a position of love and trust, knowing that what I want shall come. Then imagine stepping over a half step to the left. What you've manifested may not come immediately, but it will come soon. These things take time. But you will eventually find this a very useful spell. And remember, if you're just starting out, practice makes perfect. God for Lesson 2, the Triple Goddess. As you have learned, Wiccans revere deity in many forms, the principal form being the goddess. The goddess represents the feminine, nurturing side of deity, intuitive, creative, magical. She is the inner nature of deity, the origin of the external universe. Thus the goddess is the creator, the source. The god emerges from her when she sets the universe into motion. The god is the goddess divine child formed from her inner nature. Her other self, as the Vangelo delle Streghe puts it. The god is also the divine consort, whose union with the goddess describes existence as we know it. In this sense, the goddess and the god are the polar forces also termed yin and yang. Yin is the feminine, spiritual, and emotive aspect of deity that is within all things and whose presence gives all things life. Yang is the masculine, physical, and volatile aspect of deity that manifests in motion and action and whose permutations build up the outer form of things. In Wicca, the goddess is primarily revered through her form as the triple goddess. As the god is often represented by the sun, the goddess is often represented by the moon. The moon's 3 phases are taken as instructive as to the nature of her being. The waxing moon represents creation and inspiration, embodied in the maiden goddess. The full moon represents fruition and sustenance, embodied in the mother goddess. And the waning moon, representing fulfillment and endings, is embodied in the crone goddess. The Maiden. The Maiden is the young goddess of spring and new beginnings. She is the goddess of the dawn, of youth and fresh potential. The Maiden is the goddess of art and creativity and self-expression, of beauty, intelligence, and skill. The Maiden is manifest in action and self-confidence, exploration and discovery. The Mother. The Mother is the goddess in her aspect as sustainer of the universe. She is the goddess of motherhood, of nurturing and providence. The universe is her child, and she loves and cares for it, providing it with inexhaustible resources from within herself, even as a mother nurses her infant from the lactations of her own body. Infinitely loving and compassionate, the Mother Goddess is a never-ending source of bounty for those who are open to her gifts. The Crone. The crone represents the goddess in her aspect as elder. The crone is the wise woman, the witch, the matriarch. The crone is the goddess of death and magic and the spirit realm. She is also the goddess of wisdom, visions, and guidance. Hers is the height of spiritual power, for she is the great sorceress who creates her will through magic. Goddess of transformation, the crone is the destroyer who dissolves outmoded forms, allowing new growth to occur. Lesson 2. Exercises. As you advance through these lessons, you will be introduced to many exercises that will build your psychic energies and help you learn to control them. Many of these exercises use the chakra points. Chakras are the energy centers of the body, and there are a number of them. You will receive more specific information about the chakras in future lessons. In this lesson, however, we'll be using 2 chakras. These are located in the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet. You can imagine these chakras as a ball of white light directly at the center of the palm of the hand or the sole of the foot. These 2 chakras are basic chakras that are used for bringing energy into the body and for sending it out of the body. Other chakras are more specialized. Exercise 1. Put yourself into a comfortable position. Begin by releasing. Close your eyes and imagine all the worries and anxieties of your day just pouring out of you like water, down and out through the palms of your hands and the soles of your feet. Now place the palms of your hands together. Imagine a ball of white light between your 2 palms, radiating out from where they touch. Imagine it very strongly, seeing it very clearly. Now, pull your 2 hands slowly apart. Imagine that ball of light stretching out between your hands as you separate them, becoming a beam of light between your palms. Hold this for a few seconds, longer if you can. Then slowly bring your hands together, shrinking the beam of light between them until they close together and it is gone. Clear and release all excess energy as you learned to do in Lesson 1. Imagine a stream of white light or water flowing through you from the top of your head and carrying all excess energy away through the soles of your feet. Practice this until you get good at it. Then you are ready for Exercise 2. Exercise 2. This exercise begins just like Exercise 1. Do it just the same way until you come to the point where you've created the beam of energy between your 2 hands. Then, instead of stopping, imagine that beam growing and expanding to form a ball of white light between your hands. Hold that image as long as you can. Then, slowly bring your hands back together, seeing the ball shrink between them, growing smaller and smaller, until by the time your hands close, the ball is gone. Clear and release when you're done. When you get good at this, you're ready for Exercise 3. Exercise 3. This exercise is just like Exercise 1, except when you open your hands, instead of a beam of white light, imagine a rainbow between your hands. Every color has an effect on energy, so This will work to strengthen you on a number of levels at once. These 3 exercises are not meant to replace each other, but to be done together. As you master each one, you will add the next one to your daily regimen. Always release before and after, but not between the exercises. When you have mastered all 3, this will be your regimen. Release. Exercise 1. Exercise 2. Exercise 3. Release again.
Oh, fire, fire. Oh, fire. Call fire department. Oh, wait. Never mind. Fluffy says that it's he's smudging the house. Yep. Smudging the house. He's been stressing how important it is to indulge in psychic hygiene. Yep. Move that energy. Well, okay. I'm going to go over here and chew on Fluffy's foot. I'm going to go smudge the foot so it smells better. Get rid of all that bad juju. You don't want his other foot to fall off. Remember, look us up on With the Fluff. Love ya. Bye. Ow.
Hi, I'm Terry, the Stone Lady, and today I thought we would talk about cinnabar. This is a piece of synthetic cinnabar, and this is how it looks in nature. Cinnabar is found in the veins of volcanoes in China, and it's used to carve beautiful statues. What it represents, if you're drawn to this stone today, is that you're carving a niche for yourself. It represents a labor of love. So my suggestion would be to really enjoy what you're working on today. I hope you've enjoyed this stone of the day, and I hope it served as a little reminder that you too are a gem.
For all the musicians out there, magic makers, music makers, poetry readers, all of it, we are putting together shows that are going to show and highlight. As you're going to see right now, we're going to be playing music for a little bit. And we have Cloud the Rapper, Tawathadea, Brian Emig, and I think more. And we're going to do that. But if you want to share your music with us, contact us at paganworldtv@gmail.com.
I tend to throw away more than half of what I write. So, this was a song that I threw away. And I had written it, I was in the woods at a festival, and I had written it late last year. And I decided at the end of the weekend of the festival that no, it wasn't hitting where I needed it to hit. And so I decided to toss it. And I came out of the woods and I turned on my Facebook and I started reading the news, and it was the weekend that the Las Vegas shooting happens. And I rewrote this song. And so now it stays with me. This is called Angels.
Angels worry me like a stone in my shoe. My angels worry me like a stone in my shoe. Till I get right by them, ain't nothing I can do. My angels worry me. My angels lay me down like a bullet in my chest. My angels lay me down like a bullet in Wish I could fly. No, I can't fly. I guess I would pray. My angels hold me fast like a lover in a storm. My angels hold me fast like a lover in a storm. My being angel too. Lord, my wings are torn. My angels hold me fast. My angels carry me when I can't get off the ground. My angels carry me when I can't get off the ground. Someday I will fly again, you know it all comes around. My angels carry me. Now I can't fly. I can't fly. I can't fly. Oh, away. I can't fly. Wish I could fly. Yeah. Oh, but I can't fly. I guess I will pray. Oh, my angels carry me. My angels carry me. My angels carry me. I'm planning on a couple of different CDs this winter that I'm going to go in the studio and record. One's going to be a second Nine Toes CD. The other one is going to be all my melancholy stuff, because you know I do the Pollyanna thing all the time, right? So I write all this sad stuff that never sees the light of day. Angels is going to be on this new project. This next song, I was going to call this folk kind of project, I was going to call it Songs I Can't Bear to Sing, but the marketer in me said that was a really bad idea. So it will not be called that. I actually wrote this in the car, sitting in the back seat, riding with Virginia and Donovan Ackley to a West Virginia Pagan Pride late last year, because I was car sick and I was trying not to throw up in their car. Because going through West Virginia, if I'm driving, I'm fine. But the only times that I've ever been car sick in my whole life, both of them were as a passenger riding through. Backseat. Right? Backseat, West Virginia hills. Go figure. But I got a good song out of it, so. It's worth it. Right? You're just a broken wagon wheel, only gone so far. Last time you lay down to rest, wound up where you are. There ain't no fixing you anyway. Moving on. The world still turns beneath you like a song. A sad, sad So you tune into the universe on some old radio. All you get is static in this house, it ain't no home. And you wait for someone else to break down, break low. A feather with no wing, a lyric you can't say, and you're missing everything you had before. A wheel without a wagon, fire without that dragon. You are what you are, and you can't be anymore. A wheel, it ain't no wheel, lying in the dust, not all coming back from this firewood and rust. You're the heartbreak in that song you wrote and you can't bear to sing. Reminds you of the love you had, you messed up everything. Hurts too much to try again, so you ain't gonna let it. You tell them all you settle down. Baby, you just settled. A feather with no wing, a lyric you can't say, and you're missing everything you had before. A wheel without a wagon, fire without that dragon. You are what you are, and you can't be anymore. No, no wheel, it ain't no wheel, lying in the dust, not all coming back to this firewood and rust. You're just a broken wagon wheel lying in the dust. No more coming back from this firewood and rust. No more coming back from this firewood and rust. All right, that's enough sad stuff right now.
I know, but that was awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. See what happens when I'm inspired by being carsick?
Little Dewey.
Right? Right?
We're Dewey.
You're Dewey?
Sweat.
All right. Well, we're gonna kill the Dewey. Newer Nine Toes. I don't think you guys have heard this. One foot on the bridge, I heard a grumble. 2 feet on the span. man, and it all began to rumble. 3 feet standing now. One was kind of hairy. 4 feet standing there. And 2 were downright scary. A troll, he stood before me. His hat was just a pop. That troll, he blocked my passage. His nose was full of snot. He picked his ears and scratched his eyes and smacked his crusty lips. He would not let me pass until I heard that with a kiss. It was a troll bridge. I didn't see the sign. It was a troll bridge. And if I had a face of mine, I'd have paid that troll before I crossed. It would have been just fine, but it was a troll bridge. And I'd already crossed the line. Well, that troll, he blocked my passage, you know. He was just that wide. And I had urgent business on the other side. I'd like to say I tricked him, but I didn't have all week. So I closed my eyes and leaned in, and I kissed him on the cheek. I kissed a troll, and I think I liked it. You know you gotta hate that troll. Oh, yes you do. And those trolls have been around for a really long time. They're not real bright, but they got the tricksy stuff down, if you know what I'm talking about. They will make the very tiniest troll bridge signs they can possibly make, and they will put them behind the biggest trees they can find on the side of the road. So all of a sudden you're on the troll bridge, and your troll is not ready, but you still got to pay the troll. Or they will put that bouncy stuff in the bottom of those troll baskets. You know what I'm talking about. You get up, you've got your troll in hand, you throw it in, and it bounces right out the basket, right across the road. And there's a sign that says, please do not exit your vehicle. I'm just saying, you gotta pay that troll. You can pay that troll in chewing gum, better if it's chewed. You can pay that troll in lemonade, best not be rude. You can pay that troll in beer or coin or peppermint or string. You can pay that troll, yeah, pay that troll on the Sunday. Then you can pay that troll in down funds if it's all you got on hand. You can pay that troll in popcorn or a pocket full of sand. You can pay that troll in shiny stuff or a bucket full of soap. Whatever the bridge, whatever the way, you gotta pay the troll. It was a troll bridge. I didn't see the sign. It was a troll bridge. If I had a face of mine, I'd have paid that troll before I crossed. It would have been just fine, but it was a troll bridge. And now that troll is mine. You know you gotta pay that troll, yes you do. Yes, indeed, Troll Bridge. There's a festival that I play in Virginia every few years. It's called Fertile Ground Gathering, and it's just south of DC in Virginia, and they have it at a huge, beautiful state park that's just outside of Quantico. But you step onto the park, and it's lush and green, and most definitely there is all kinds of fae activity there. And there's this little
footbridge, and every time I cross that bridge, I'm looking for the troll that lives under it. So that song actually was inspired by that little footbridge.
Very cool.
I know there's a troll that lives under that bridge. They can make themselves look like part of the bridge. So, let's see here, because I want to get in all of the new stuff. Because I haven't seen you guys in a year.
We ain't going anywhere.
Right?
You play as long as you want.
Yay! You can sing. No, you don't want me to do that.
Oh yeah, we do.
Go for it.
I'm
If your fingers start to bleed, we'll just
I'm
give you
just-
Band-Aids. It'll be all right.
right. I'm just going in alphabetical order here, going what have they not heard yet? Because that's what I want to do, is all of the new stuff. Actually, I don't think you've ever heard this. This is not new, but it is one that I've never recorded, and it's going to be. I've started finally writing some music for Florida, for the state that I live in. That I love Florida. And there's a river, the Santa Fe River in Florida, and it's beautiful, and it's one of the slowest moving rivers in the entire state. You're probably familiar with the Santa Fe. And it's absolutely beautiful, but it's really slow moving, so it's one that's very popular with inner tubers, rafters, all that kind of stuff. You just float down this river. And it does a very Florida thing, because it disappears into a sinkhole and then reemerges about 3 miles downstream back up. That part you don't want to do in the inner tube, I'm just saying. But it's the Santa Fe, and it's absolutely beautiful. And a few years ago, I wrote this song for a song contest, and I got like in the top 10 or something. I still think it's a really good song. Slow she rolls, tan and brown, feeds the trees that feed her, and when she floats underground, you think you can't see her. She still eddies her like this ribbon is a gift, slows my soul right down, yeah. All I gotta do is dream. I wanna stare up at the sky, float lazy like a leaf along the way, sing, gonna drop myself right in, gonna bathe my aching soul. I'm gonna pray. Rise. I'm gonna turn and chase that storm, and every time my life runs too swift, I'm gonna make my way down the Santa Fe. Pour myself in the drift. Bend my knee like cypress, take my time to grow, feel that water wash over me, yeah. Watch the manatee roll, man lift my head, dry my wings and close my eyes a bit. Don't need much of anything. All I gotta do is dream. I'm gonna stare up at the sky, float lazy like a leaf along the way. time my life runs too swift. Gonna make my way down the Santa Fe for myself in drift. Drift river, Saint river, rise, river drift. Drift river, Saint river, rise, river drift. Drift river, Saint river, rise, river drift. I'm gonna make my way down the Santa Fe. Make my way down the Santa Fe. Make my way down the Santa Fe for myself in drift. So I've got something that's really, really new. I have a friend in Central Florida, another Florida song, kind of sort of in me. I have this friend in Florida that she does plant rescues. Okay? So
You don't know anything about that.
You don't know anything about that.
No migrations either.
Right. Well, she's part of a plant rescue society. That they get the phone call that an area is about to be bulldozed and developed into whatever. You know, we've got pipeline being laid all over Florida. Right. And they go out, all these mostly women, retired, go out in their sun hats with their little trowels and, you know, as many little tiny pots as they can, and they dig up as many of the indigenous and endangered plants that they possibly can from the site and move them to safer ground.
Nice.
Well, she's very politically active. She does a million other things, but this is the thing that's near and dear to her heart. But she confesses quite often that she feels like she should do more. And I wrote this for her. I'm trying to think if you guys know Teresa Lutz, my friend Teresa. I don't remember if they came up here or not, so maybe not. But you'll probably meet her one
Not
day.
yet in this time.
Because she gets all over.
We'll talk about that.
So I just wrote this a few months ago, and before I left Florida, I did a house concert at her house. And I played it for the first time in front of people with her in the room. And it was all I could do not to cry all the way through it because she wept all the way through it. And it's not really a sad song, but... Pipelines and parking lots grow faster than the trees. They're slowly disappearing with the oxygen we breathe. She can't save the whole world. She scoops them one by one, moving tiny roots on down the road. Before the backhoes come You can't do it all yourself. So don't you even try. But you can do one thing at a time. They leveled out the hilltops. They stripped that earth right down. And once they've stolen all they can, they're off to kill another town. He finds himself a broken mountain, buys 1 acre at a time, hopes to get it all paid off and reclaimed before he dies. You can't do it all yourself, so don't you even try. Can do one thing at a time. One tiny life, one broken wing, one hungry soul, one song to sing. You can't do it all yourself. It makes you want. Oil spills out in the Gulf. It coats that seagull's wings. They'd rather pay the penalties for the profit black gold brings. One tiny heart beats in her hand. She scrubs the tar away. 100 more may die tonight, but this one flies away. You can't do it all yourself. Don't you even try. You can do one thing at a time. You can't do it all yourself. So don't you even try. Can do one thing. You gotta do something. You can do one thing at a time.
I agree with her.
What?
It is a heart-touching adventure prize.
That's for those people who always are trying to do more than one thing at a time.
Right?
Okay,
Right.
so maybe it
My
just
eyes-
resonates.
My eyes seem to have sprung a leak.
See, sometimes I don't just write about the stupid stuff people do. Sometimes you guys inspire me and I actually write other things as well. All right, so here's my story and I'm sticking to it. I have a new bard in my head. And she's just, I was calling her the space bard and I twinged every time I said it. She is an intergalactic bard. She's 30, We are 30,000 years into the future with a couple of problems. We have established ourselves well all over the galaxy, but we have not conquered faster than light speed travel. There are no wormholes, there's none of that sci-fi shit. If it's 85 light years away, it's going to take you about 90 years to get there. So space travel is cheap, sleep is expensive. And Ava grew up in a colony that was all about raising, growing, kind of superhumans, really, really intelligent. And her particular intelligence was musical. And so by the time she's a young teen, she decides that she's going to go to Earth Home and study music there, which is hard for her because she's a spacer. But she goes and studies, and she discovers that what she really wants to do is she wants to revive the bardic tradition in the stars. And so she takes a name, I haven't found the name yet, by the way. She takes a name, She Walks the Stars. And it's in Navajo, that's what she's telling me. I told you she's in my head. And I haven't found the right translation. I found several other Native American translations, but I haven't found one in any of the Navajo languages yet, and she's arguing with me that it's got to be that. So I'll know it when I hear it. In the meantime, she goes out to a station to play a gig. She takes a contract to go out to this void station outside of Aldebaran, and she meets a girl. This young girl, not a young girl, she's old enough. She's old enough. And this girl appears to be goofy and giddy and kind of smitten beforehand, even with the bard. She's like, "Oh, I grew up on this void station, and I'm so excited to meet you, and but my parents talked about you the whole time I was growing up, and I've heard all your music, and I just love it, and I just oh." Well, the bard figures she's only there for about a year, about an Earth year's time, and so she figures this girl might be fine. And then she finds out that this girl is not what she seems. Find it, Gina, find it. Brain. She stayed in my arms, trailing and wild. she's never said, I want to die there so I can forget what's under my skin that you haven't seen yet. Please leave the light on. We slept, made love in the light, and then she turned on a smile, but that was no smile. Ready to show you what's under my skin. If you're gone in the morning, I'll understand. With that she raised her hand and let the light in. She shone like the stars, every brand, every scar, marked her as a slave, but she was no slave. A child of pain, she fought her way to land in my arms, cross the stars and light years away. Now we walk the stars, her hand in mine. The path between suns, it's not a straight line. Call me fool, but I love how she shines when she turns the light on. There's black in the void and the night, they are long. Days watch you make it, but the monsters ain't gone. Call me a fool, and I won't see you're wrong. Leave the lights on. So this is going to be a huge story arc. Because Camera, she glows in the dark. So she hides in the light. Because she's an escaped corporate sex slave who has been shipped all over the galaxy to serve whomever has purchased her most recently. But she escaped a few years before Ava showed up on this void station. So the Bard can't quite figure out why she is so attracted to this girl, because the Bard has never had a very long-term relationship. It's the nature of what she does. You know, she's gonna go somewhere that's gonna be 85 light years away, and by the time she wakes up, she's, you know, just a year or two older, but everybody she's left behind is, you know, yeah. And so she, and frankly, Camera, the girl, has never had a real relationship either, because she wakes up, services, and, you know, gets sent on to the next stop. But they fell in love. And this is all tied in some respects, with the Nine Toes story in the long run. And I'm trying to find the song because I don't want to screw up the lyrics. And I can't remember the name of it. So hang on a minute. My brain just went.
Wait, are we doing the intermission song with the popular loving?
Yes, y'all go to the lobby.
Okay.
Or to the bathroom.
You can
Or
do
the
that.
bathroom.
Yes, well, I find this next one because I don't want to screw up the lyrics because it's really, really new. Damn, what did I do with this song? I have lost it. I'll find it.
I love you.
You guys do the intermission song.
You're just a mess.
Nope, that's not it.
I want my dancing food to drink.
There it is.
Okay.
Oh.
Ask and you shall receive. I will do what I can.
What do you think so far? What do you think so far?
Oh my gosh. They're awesome.
This is some crazy shit, man.
It's awesome stuff.
It's fun. It's truly fun. This next song that I'm going to play, I was terrified to play it in front of people for the first time because I wrote it just before I left for a festival in southern Indiana. And Brian Hankey was going to be there. And I don't finger pick. You know, I'm a rhythm player. I don't finger pick. But Ava made me finger pick this song, this ballad. And so I was terrified. I was like, I can't play this song. The only way that I can play this song is if I play it for Brian Hankey first and get it out of my system so I don't flip out on stage. And so Brian is a friend of mine, and he is like so not ego, but his graciousness with other musicians and his making room for them on stage with him and encouraging those of us who know all of 3 and 4 chords is absolutely amazing. And he'll make you just feel so comfortable, right? And but I know he's a guitar god, right? And so I had been set up for a day and I'd been practicing out of this piece. And he got there and I said, Brian, I said, sit down. I said, I have to play something for you. I said, this was part of my to-do list this week before I could play it for anybody else. So I played it for him. And he was very, very kind and told me that it was probably one of the best songs I'd ever written. And I think it's just because I'm finger picking it and he's so damn proud that he finally got me to do it. Because he is a huge influence, even though I will never play like Brian Hankey. Actually, nobody plays like Brian Hankey.
I was going to say, I don't know anybody who could.
Yeah.
Did
So
you find the
I
same
did. So thank you very much for the intermission music. So the next contract that the Bard takes is on a world about 35 light years away, and it's in a star system where the sun is dying, and it's going to brown dwarf. It's not going to do anything exciting. It's just going to simply finally go out. Well, that star system, that particular system, was settled by a Shinto monastery 10,000 years earlier to witness the dying of a sun, specifically for that purpose, to chronicle that. And the planet that they're on actually was not an original planet in the star system. They know that it was originally part of a comet that fell within the realm of the sun. And so they are getting ready to leave in another 100 years or so, because this solar system is becoming untenable to live in anymore. The star is not a brown dwarf yet, but it's heading in that direction, and their time there is about done. And so they contract with Ava to come out, spend a full solar year, which is about 3.5 Earth years. I'm telling you, this story is like in my head. And she must spend the full solar year observing the sun and that solar system, and her commission is to write one song, and it's a song for the dying sun. Yeah, so I didn't write that song. She takes a camera with her. The girl, the young woman that glows in the dark. And they're a thing. Except neither one of them has ever had a real relationship before. But now they're at this Shinto monastery for 3.5 Earth years. And they've got to figure out how to live with each other and figure out what this thing is. And Ava writes this. I was on a straight line, never veering from my path. My own light in the dark void, nothing to distract. Heart of ice on fire and every single eye jealous of my freedom. As I blazed across the sky, you are golden brilliance and a warmth that radiates, a gravity more tempting than any eye would ever taste. Now I'm caught up in your orbit and I'm bending to your form, and I find myself revolving in a circle of your warmth. Hail the sun, that is you in my life. Even as you left this ice away, I become less of me, more of you with each passing day. Hail the sun, all a straight line, now you're the center of it all. And I can't help returning, ever turning as I fall. Growing in the falling and letting go my fear and our embrace may last 1,000,000 years. Hail the sun, that is you in my life. Even as you met this ice away, I become less of me, more of you with each passing day. Hail the sun, hail the sun. I was on a straight line, never veering from my path. My own light in the dark void, nothing to distract. Now dancing in your orbit, and it's clear I'll never leave. Someday I'll crash into you, and I will cease to be. Hail the sun, that is you in my life. Even as you love this island away, I become less of me, more of you with each passing day. Hail the sun, hail the All my bards are writing love songs lately. I don't understand it. Just as I'm happily single for the first time.
I was gonna say, I think they started trying to match that.
No, we've had that talk.
Oh, okay.
No. But you remember Giancarlo Espada, the guy from the guy that lays down his sword at the end of Battle for the Moon,
Right.
and you know the rest of the story is that he is going to apprentice himself to Nine Toes, and he will become also the love of her life. But he becomes a bard in his own rights, right? And this song is one of his gifts to her. I don't often write love songs, but when I do, I write the song I wish somebody else would sing for me. No, truly, Giancarlo wrote this. You are the salt and the sweet on my tongue. You are the hammer that gets the things done. You are everything that I'm not running from, and I follow you. Your voice I hear in the still of the night, and your smile I crave in the dim morning light. You're the one I've been looking for all of my life, and I follow you anywhere when I don't follow. You stand when I am lost. You shine when I am weary. Your hand, it always finds mine. You're the sun and the moon and the stars in my sky. You're the ground beneath my feet, and you never ask why. You're the lift in my wings and the reason I fly, and I follow you anyway. This heart of darkness, you shine so bright. Don't know why you love me, and try as I might. You are everything that I've ever done right, and I follow you anyway. When I don't follow, you stand. When I am lost, you shine. When I am weary, your hand, it always finds mine. You are the salt and the sweet on my tongue. You are the hammer that gets the things done. You are everything, oh, you're everything that I'm not running from, and I follow you. I follow you. Yes, I follow you. So one more. Oh, stop. I have a ton more, but no. Oh, I know what I need to do. That's right. We're gonna let my voice hang on. You probably heard this. You guys may not have heard it because it's been a while since I've seen you. I don't know if I was doing this last year. The first time that I passed that kilted laddie on the corner, I thought I heard a bell ring, and then I thought of it no more. The second time I passed that kilted laddie on the corner, I thought I heard a bell ring, but I couldn't say for sure. Every day that week as I stepped across the street, I saw that kilted laddie, heard a bell as clear as day, ringing in my head, and that laddie, he was smiling, shy, and I so sweetly, and I thought I heard him say, ring it once, me laddie, and make her look, me laddie, ring it twice to win her smile on her way. Ring it thrice for true love, oh, it's everlasting. And if you want to keep her, you'll ring it every day. He looked at me, his eyes so green, he took my hands in his. And then I heard that bell go mad, oh, you know I did. I said, did you just hear that? He said, what you hear me lass? A bell, it rings every time I pass. I pass you on this corner, and I hear that ringing sound. And he said, I hear bells, lass, whenever you're around. I looked into his eyes and I was under his sweet spell. I thought I heard him singing softly to himself. Ring it once, me laddie, and make her look, me laddie. Ring it twice to win her smile on her way. Ring it thrice for true love, oh, it's everlasting. And if you want to keep her, you'll ring it every day. We met for tea and coffee, then we brunched and then we picnicked. The conversations lingered and grew deeper over time. His kisses were delicious and his touch was so electric. And every moment with him, I heard that sweet bell chime. Till the night when our clothes fell off below, they fell off quick, and I saw it for the first time, that bell dangling from his. Did you know how much I loved you? From the first time that I saw you, 'tis a family tradition, and not some parlor trick. My father and his father, and his father's father too, been blessed by the wee folk with this little spell. We ring it out for true love, so you know that I'm true love. And if you be me bride, I will love you well. I saw him in his glory with that little bell a-dangling. It was hard to look away. I see a laddie, and I hear you laddie, and I believe you laddie, and this is what I say. Ring it for me, laddie, ring it for me, laddie, ring it twice to win this smile upon my face. Ring it thrice for true love, 'cause you know I love your laddie, and if you want to keep me, you'd best ring it every day. Ring it once, me laddie, and make her look, me laddie, ring it twice to win her smile on her way. Ring it thrice for true love, oh, it's everlasting, and if you want to keep her, you'll ring it every day. If you want to keep her, you will ring it every day. and I have to tell you, that's a true story.
Yes, yes.
So I'm at a festival. And I just played like a big 2-hour concert. Got all the stuff off the stage in a hurry so the next band could go on. I'm standing in the back of the Great Hall. There's 150 people dancing up and down to the next band, and I'm just in the back cooling off. And this young, very, very handsome gentleman staggers up to me, and he's kilted. And he starts hitting on me, and I finally had to stop him. I said, sweetheart, you're beautiful, but I'm old enough to be your grandmother. And he says, you're really hot for a grandma. I said, no. I said, son, you need to sit down. You had a wee bit to drink. He says, wait, before I go, I got something to show you. And he starts lifting his kilt, which he is wearing properly, I might add. And he's lifting his kilt, and there at the end of everything the goddess ever gifted a man is a piercing and a bell. And he's ringing that bell with no hands. And I didn't quite know what to say. And he's holding his kilt up with one hand, he's pointing with the other, the bell's going mad, and he says, "You should write a song about that." And so
That's so
a true story. I can't even make this stuff up. So I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
a gem and jewelry show with Terry Milton, the Stone Lady. And Terry and I picked out some wonderful stones, which I'm going to let Terry talk all about because Terry is our resident stone expert.
Well, we had a great time picking out some wonderful healing stones that are pocket-sized or palm-sized, so you can carry them around with you whenever you need a reminder of how special you are. We picked out some heart stones, and these can serve a couple of different purposes. It can be a nice physical representation of you giving your heart to somebody. It can be a nice personal reminder that you're worthy of being loved. We also picked out some angels, some statues, some stone statues of angels. And these can be reminders that we have some extra help when we need it. We also picked up a beautiful sparkly black stone, which is a form of hematite. And it's unusual to find it with this much of a sparkle. Hematite is basically iron ore, and it's a stone of a great teacher. And when you're sharing your knowledge with people, it's nice to know that there's a little bit of a sparkle to the information that's coming across. And one final stone that we picked up today is a palm-sized stone called selenite. This is wonderful to carry around with you, and it does fit neatly in your pocket. Selenite is a stone of transition, and it's also a stone that shows that you can keep things confidential. It shows that you can be trusted. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Terry. And don't forget, if you like stones, check out Terry's stone blog as well. You can find that on Magick TV, just like me. Thank you so much, Terry. And goodbye, everybody.
A hand-carved natural quartz crystal ball made into a necklace for divination on the go. Crystal balls have been used for centuries in healing and cleansing rituals, as well as for divination. The sphere represents infinity and the circle of life. While a wand uses focused energy, the crystal ball sends out energy in all directions. This makes it a great resource for discovering the complete circumstances surrounding a question.
Hi, this is the Stone Lady, bringing you the stone of the day. Today we're going to talk about this beautiful powder blue stone called celestite. Celestite is a stone that has the energies from the heavens and from the earth. Often the person who's drawn to it is a person who feels that they're from two different worlds. One of the things that's interesting about celestite is that industry would use it to make fireworks. So part of the reminder today is that you might find yourself in a slightly volatile situation and to just sort of be aware of it. I often think of celestite, because it's used to make explosives, as a stone of anger. So you might want to be aware today of your anger and keep it in proportion. Maybe pick your battles a little bit carefully. It's also a very fragile stone, so treat people a little bit more gentle than you might ordinarily today. And remember that you too are a gem.
Recording.
You already know anyway, because it says recording in progress.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a opportunity for us to discuss preparedness in the current world order in a way that is beneficial to us now and in the future. Our agenda basically is I'm going to talk for a couple of minutes on what is preparedness, what we can do right now, and then we'll have some question and answer time. We'll last about an hour. We can go over if we want to, but an hour seems to be about as much attention as anybody can give normally. And then also,
unless it's a Marvel movie.
Yeah, exactly. If people want to put their email in the chat box, I have some resources that I can send people that will actually work where you are right now.
Good. Let me be the first one in there.
I knew you would, because I already got your email, and I know.
Okay.
But go ahead and put it in.
There you go. Double up. Right?
Yeah.
Got to build redundancy into the system.
There we go. Okay. So, and of course, everybody knows who I am. And of course, here at White Raven, we have been a sustainable community since 2012 on this location. And every year it gets better. And every year it gets more prepared. And that's, so I'm kind of happy and really glad that there has been so much interest in preparedness right now. I will say this, that one of the books that is really good for you guys to get is this one. It's called The Lost Ways. And
yes, it's a really good book.
Huh?
I said, yes, it's a really good book. I lost my copy. Jason.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can get it from askaprepper.com. You just have to really go through his stuff because he's selling lots of books and lots of things. But I did, by the way, Liz, I did look at volume 2. It's good, but really volume 1 gives you everything you need.
Okay, good.
So volume 1 is fine.
Yeah.
I had somebody in the church who had a copy, and they had an e-copy, so I had them give it to me, and I quickly scanned it. It doesn't look like it has a lot more than what we actually need for what we're trying to accomplish. Okay.
Awesome.
So I'm going to throw out a question to you guys. What is preparedness to you? What does that mean? You know, basically, it's what you brought you here to this meeting, really. What is it? What does it mean to you? You know what happens if I hear crickets? I start singing the Jeopardy thing.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Come on, Papa Bear, you got it. I know you got one bubbling.
It's what I learned years ago. It's being prepared for any contingency. Doesn't matter what. Always having something ready, a backup plan. Mow bag, weapons, food, water, everything.
Right on. Okay. Thank you, Chad.
Yep.
Papa Bear, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's my Papa Bear. He's
Okay.
like a surrogate dad almost.
Okay.
There's Jason. There's 2 generators sitting outside the house.
Got
Cover
it.
up.
Jason, you were going to talk?
Oh, I said, you know, preparedness for me is, I said, having a go bag ready, having, you know, water supply on hand, my freezer stocked, you know, some canned goods and things like that. That doesn't need electricity to cook, but, you know, having a backup generator and, you know, extra, you know, medicine on hand, things like that. I mean, unfortunately, the older I get, the more medicine I need. But anyway, that's a whole other story.
You and me both. Let's not play the medicine comparison game.
Yeah, really.
Anyway, but so, a way for you to be prepared is to have, you know, where Canada, you can get a 90-day supply.
Right.
That way you have 90 days worth of supply in case something happens and you need that medicine, you have it.
Right.
Okay, Jason, on that older comment, read between the lines. You bite me.
Okay, you know,
I was including myself
I'm picking out. I'm picking out.
Okay.
And I think I probably, you know, won the prize on that. You know, this and this, you know, and this. I looked in the mirror the other day and I saw this, and I'm like, what the hell did that come from? Anyway, and, you know, Rowan just shook her head. You know, so anyway, Mary, what's preparedness to you?
Being ready for whatever happens, having a supply of all my meds on hand. By the way, I'll see anybody and raise you 2 on the med list. Having water. I have always kept food on hand. Looking into what kind of generator we need to get.
I would suggest a small inverter one. They're much better. I looked into them. I'm probably going to place these 2.
And quieter too.
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah.
I was
Another
going
thing-
to ask if anyone had opinions on inverters versus
Inverters are the way to
regular.
go. Inverters are
Okay.
definitely the way to go unless you're living in the country.
Yeah.
No, I
say
live
about
in
noise,
the
Jason?
subdivision.
Okay. I mean, if it were really to get bad, and people will go out and try to get your supplies. I mean, that is just, it has happened numerous times. You'd want something quiet so you can either hide and, you know, protect what you have. I mean, ideas to keep your safe. I mean,
absolutely.
I'm a firm believer in self-defense, and that means keeping myself and my family protected at all times. That means, you know, a quiet generator or inverter or whatever. You know, that's
Yep.
And you know, I was as Alfred and I were talking about this, you know, I said to him, I'm a little paranoid, a little bit, just enough.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're out to get, not out to get you.
Exactly right. So we've actually gotten this little list together, and we even made an everyday carry list.
Which
that folks,
I think that we should probably put a share link in this chat.
Yes, I was just actually getting ready to do that.
Cool.
Copy link. Come on, please. There.
See, and this is really the point, and all of you guys have some really great ideas about what you can do now. But so what I would like you to do is to think about a couple of things. You know, the med thing is really important, absolutely, especially for those who take a lot of meds. I mean, for myself, I take a few respiratory meds, but thanks to people like the Blackmans, I have lots of stuff laying around, as well as the fact that I get current stuff. We also have supplies on hand that people will give us, things that can be shared with other people if they meet the appropriate level. Because I'm just remembering that we're recording this, so I probably shouldn't say certain things. I'm probably going to have to edit out the whole medicine thing. But hold on, I'm just going to. So you're going to want to have at least a 90-day supply of your meds, whatever they are. If you are not on meds, but there are things beside a first aid kit, and in the Lost Ways book and another book that I'm going to share with you, there are tinctures and herbal teas that are useful for certain things at certain times. And if you're not a person that's on meds, of course, because we never say you should get off your meds and get into herbals ever. No. Remember, we're recording. And so, but if you're not on them, and let's just say that you have a headache, well, it's a well-known fact that white willow bark is the primary ingredient that is in aspirin today. And that there isn't any reason why not to use a white willow bark tea if you've got a slight headache or something like that. And I'm not advocating, because I am not a doctor, nor am I giving you a prescription for any particular herbal concoction. However, I have read in many books that those are the kinds of things that you're going to look at. One of the resources that I give you will list some of those kind of herbs. Well,
Fear works too.
Yeah, fever is another one that
From personal experience.
That I'm not advocating as an internal usage. However, we have all used them and found them in books somewhere. So those are the kinds of things.
Or grandmother's recipe book.
I'm sorry?
My grandmother's recipe books.
Yeah, that's what it is. I'm going to send you guys a copy. I have electronically put together mostly. Basically, it's my grandmother's and Willow and Rowan's recipe book from ages ago, and that's what I'm going to send you guys. So, yeah, so that is on the medical side. The thing is, the other thing I need that one really needs to consider at the current time, where do you live now?
Right.
Where do you live now? What are you capable of doing? I mean, if you're living on, if you're living in New York City on the 10th floor of an apartment building, with a little tiny porch, you're not going to have a generator. You're not going to have a wood fire unless you've got a wood stove unless you've got a fireplace that's already in there. And then where are you going to get wood? So the thing is to consider where you are now and what you can do. Now, as Mary said, having canned goods last a really long time. And on this list, we talk about that. Think about the vegetables that you eat or that you can eat or that you want to eat, and having a pantry that has several weeks worth of those kinds of things is good. Vegetables, canned fruits, because people forget about fruits, and you need to have canned fruits too. The other thing that you want to learn how to do is how to make bread without your bread machine or without going to the store. Because one of the things that we learned during the pandemic here was that people were calling us up and saying, all the shelves in Walmart are empty, and how am I going to feed me and my 2 kids? And what we realized was that a lot of people didn't even know how to cook chicken.
Much less make bread.
Much less make bread. So getting that, believe it or not, getting that Good Housekeeping or ancient monstrous cookbook, if you don't have one, or any other cookbook, and experimenting now, learn how to make bread. Learn how to, if you don't know how to cook, if you don't know 5 ways to cook chicken and hamburger meat, figure it out, because you know what? It's going to get to a point where all you've got is hamburger, and you're not going to want the same hamburger meal every single day.
Yes,
Liz.
right. And here's the thing about that too, is like, I know that all of you are shaking your heads right now, but when you are out teaching people this, you cannot or be like, oh my God, how do you not know how to cook chicken? This is just how people were raised. Mm-hmm. They were raised, you go to the grocery store, you buy it, you bring it home, you put it in the oven. That's how people were raised, and that's, go ahead.
Yeah, when I first moved out on my own, I did not know how to cook a damn thing.
Yeah, and a lot of it, you're right, Alfred, is experimentation with things and seeing which flavors go well together. And the reason why I think a lot of people are, adverse to asking questions is they don't want to get the whole, well, how do you not know how to do this thing?
Right, exactly. And of course, that's the other thing, is to be able is to get a few spices. Now, here are some spices that are good to get. Garlic, salt and pepper, obviously, turmeric, chili powder, and curry. If you have, you got one more?
You want a savory in there of some sort, like rosemary or thyme.
Rosemary or thyme as well. Yeah, because with those 7 herbs, you can make 1,000 dishes.
You said garlic, salt, pepper, turmeric, chili powder, and what besides rosemary and thyme?
Curry,
right.
Curry and turmeric, right.
Yeah.
And having those herbs, you can do anything. And you can flavor anything the way you want. Because really, everything tonight that we're talking about is what can I do now?
Also ginger.
Yeah.
And ginger is good to have around as well. The thing here is that what we're talking about is now is the time, we had the pandemic where we had all the lockdowns, and now we've got other stuff going on in the world. This is a really good time for you to be experimenting with this stuff. Because you know what? If you try to make that bread and you mess it up now, you can still go to Aldi's or whatever and get a loaf of bread. Mm-hmm. But let's learn how to do this stuff now, so that in case there's a situation, then you know how to do it.
And the reason that we say those 9 herbs and spices is because they also have health properties such as anti-inflammatories, immune builders, gut health, and all that jazz as well. So not only will they supplement your food and make your food taste better, they'll also supplement your health.
Right. And the other thing to do is that, and this is going to sound weird, but we're all spiritual people here. Do not forget to pray over your food. Mm-hmm. Or then, because you know what, that's important. We do something here every day called Hoodoo Coffee. And what that is that it's the coffee in our French press with some herbs and some prayers or meditation structures that we say over that coffee in order to help us in our daily movement through the day. Because you know what? Days are stressful. The other thing that you can do right now, if you don't do it, take 5 minutes to light a stick of incense and sit quiet in the beginning of your day.
Or at least 1 minute.
And the truth is that one of the things that if anybody needs it, and you'll need to tell me, I have an easy meditation technique, which will pretty quickly teach you how to meditate in about 15 minutes. I don't believe that anybody here needs to be taught how to meditate.
Anybody watching this?
No, but you might want to post that link, because just to have, we're not about, we want to probably get this out to as many people as possible, so that some people might not know how to meditate. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, very cool. I will get that link before this is over somehow, because I'm only semi-technically savvy, so doing multiple things at once. I may have to put it up like an addendum to the recording or something, or maybe a list of them at the end of the recording. So those are some of the things. The other things that you can do right now, and this is more for individuals that are not living in the center of major cities. I don't want to get into any kind of thing about police forces or vigilantism or anything like that. But if you live in an area where there are varmints, like I do, learn how to shoot a weapon.
Any weapon.
Any weapon. I don't care what it is, whether it's a gun, a rifle, a bow and arrow, a slingshot, anything. Okay, if you not a Molotov cocktail, but landmines, IEDs, whatever. Learn how to do something. I'm thinking that I might need an IED for this damn groundhog that's underneath my barn, but I'm afraid the chickens will knock it off. Anyway, because they're stupid.
I wish I could bring you my dog. She loves to go after them.
Yeah. I actually, we used to have a dog that was great with the groundhog, but he decided to go somewhere else. So we kind of are looking for another outside dog. But anyway,
I think that one nasty neighbor actually poisoned him, and he ran off to die.
You think so?
Because he was not looking good the last time I saw him.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Pyrenees.
So,
yeah.
But going back to the food, after Liz speaks, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to go in some specifics. I know that we've been talking a lot of like generalities, like we say you want to have bottled water on hand, but like how much if you're staying in place, right?
Okay, good.
So I believe that I read that you need at least a gallon a day per person for X amount of days, however long you're planning on sticking it out.
Correct.
And to build redundancy into that, also have a way to purify your water.
Yes, which is what my next thing on my little list here was.
Yeah, good.
Purifying water. You had something else before I did that?
No, after we get to the water, though, I do have something to add.
Okay. Purifying water. People get all kinds of panicked about purifying water. Guess what the easiest way to purify water is?
Boil it.
Boil it.
That's right. Boil it. All you got to do is bring it to a high boil and then let it cool. And
let
then
it boil for 10 minutes.
Which is like 10 minutes.
No, let it boil for 10 minutes.
Right. And then let it cool. And then after you've got that, if you really want to be cool about it, because you don't like little pieces of stuff in your water, if it's like coming from a pond, have a cheesecloth and run the water through the cheesecloth so that it gets rid of all the debris, and then your water is drinkable. That is the simplest way to purify water. You, here at White Raven, because we are on a well and we live in a 100-year-old house, so the pipes are, the pipes have a mind of their own. It could be 40 and they freeze, and it could be 5 and they don't. So, it's up to them. It's between them and the fairies. But so what we do is that we have those, those giant coolers that you usually put drink in, that, you have it like the events, or for those who have been here, it's what we put the iced tea and the water in during 3 gates. We fill one of those with water and bring it into the kitchen. And now I've got potable water. It's actually 10 gallons of water. And that 10 gallons of water, if I'm careful, will last me at least a week. And my pipes don't ever freeze for more than a week. Now we're on a well. As long as I have electricity, I can pump water. Now, the inverter helps me that if I lose power for any length of time, I can use the inverter in order to at least run my pump. That brings us back to the whole generator thing. Know what you absolutely need to run. In other words, you don't need to run your TV, the light in all 12 rooms, the refrigerator, the deep freeze,
charging all of your devices.
Charging all of your devices, although it's important to at least charge one. Know what you need. Figure out which that inverter or generator, what it would take to run those particular devices for a full 24 hours. I'm telling you, in the summertime, you ain't running. If you're under a generator, you're not running an air conditioner. You might run one fan, right? Or sleep outside under a mosquito net. There are other things that are important. So we've talked about generator, medicine, water, canned goods. The other thing that you want to think about is canned meats and canned fish. You know what? You may get tired of tuna fish and salmon, but it's not bad. They're a good source of protein. There was something that you wanted to add.
Yes. Going back to learning how to cook for yourself, also learn what your food substitutions are. If you run out of something, know what you can replace it with. Yep. Like if you're out of sour cream, you can use plain yogurt. If you're out of milk, you can use plain yogurt. If you're out of plain yogurt, you can use cream cheese, that sort of thing.
Right. And the other thing that you're going to want to do is also, whether you like it or not, have a big thing of powdered milk.
Yes.
Just have that there. You may not like it, but in an emergency, if you need some kind of some kind of dairy for some reason, you can always use powdered milk. And I don't mean the powdered creamer. I mean the bags of powdered milk.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
The other thing you're going to want is some kind of sealable containers for this stuff. Now here, what we do is that we buy flour, beans, things like that in big 50-pound bags. But you know what? You can't just put the bag in the pantry.
No.
So you have to have containers you can put that stuff in that are sealable. And the truth is, plastic containers are okay as long as you shift and move them. Right? If you shift and move them, even if you've got mice and stuff, it's harder for them to find. Better to have metal containers, but those become incredibly metal or glass, and they become very costly. We have some of those that we use, but we also have for the warehousing kind of stuff, we have them in heavy duty plastic containers. Now, believe it or not, one of the best plastic containers out there are pickle buckets.
Mm-hmm. Or kitty litter buckets.
Or kitty litter buckets.
Yes.
If you can get your local Burger King or your local McDonald's to give you, in the name of recycling, their pickle buckets, they get these 5-gallon pickle buckets that have fantastic lids on them. We use them in our barn to hold the feed for our livestock, and even the mice can't get in those.
We also use them for gardening and other foodstuffs as well.
Right. Okay, which now brings us to, and we're running good. We're running good on time here. I'm so excited.
A little bit.
No, I had till 45, and then we have
questions,
okay. So we're good. There's only 33, so we're good. The next thing, and I'm going to have Rowan talk a little bit about this. If you're in an urban area, what can you grow that you can then eat? Right? What kind of microgreens? You know, even if you're in an apartment, you can do microgreens in your apartment as long as you've got a good window. Mm-hmm. So, Rowan, talk about what they can grow in an urban environment.
All right, so he was talking about living in New York on the 10th floor of an apartment building. You can take a shoe organizer and fill each pocket with dirt, and then you have mini planters and just sling that over your railing, and you have a little mini garden for yourself. And as far as what you're growing, you want a pretty wide variety and things that can be contained in those those containers. It is always preferable to grow vertically rather than horizontally to save space, as a lot of people don't think about airspace when they think about gardening. And like Alfred said, you want things that you can preserve and things that you actually like.
Right.
So, like, don't go growing tomatoes if you don't like tomatoes.
Exactly. If you don't like green beans, don't grow them. If you don't like okra, don't grow okra.
Well, then stop growing the damn okra.
I like okra.
I don't.
And you know, something I learned that's really cool is that you don't imagine the things that you could grow vertically, okay? Like I've been watching YouTube for weeks and weeks and weeks on end, and they grow everything on poles these days, like things that you wouldn't even imagine that are climbers, like
Right.
cucumbers.
Yep, you can do cucumbers.
That vines climbs.
Right. And
There
so
you go.
if you are in an urban environment, and let's just go that you don't have a balcony, but you've got a window, so you want to go vertically, or you want to go horizontally a bit, you could grow cucumbers, you could grow okra. Don't expect me to come to your house. You could grow, you could grow squashes, zucchinis, and all you do is you put a stick. Just put a stick in there when you plant it, and the vine will find it and it will grow.
You might need to use a tiny bit of fishing line just to get it started, but once it finds it, it'll grow on it.
Right. And if you think about it, think about things, there were regular house plants, like a lot of the philodendrons, they grow like that. Well, so do your vegetables. Your vegetables will grow like that, so you can get them to vine. So part of what you can do now, which is what we're talking about tonight, figure out what you would like to grow in a mini garden and put one together, even if it's just a tabletop, just a tabletop, and plant the things. You know what? The seed packs are really good. They tell you how to plant it.
And if you are new to gardening, anybody who's listening to this recording, if you are new to gardening, choose 3 to start out with that you're going to eat. That way you don't overwhelm yourself. Just to get the hang of how to
look it.
There you go. There you go.
What you got there, Papa?
There you go,
That looks
Chad.
like parsley.
Is that parsley, Chad?
That is actually celery. Roy's began growing celery.
Oh, wow.
I got the plant family right.
Yeah, it was hard to see because it was fading in and out.
The blur, yep.
Yeah, it's
very cool
background.
Yeah, celery is awesome. Celery is a great one to grow.
Yep.
The other thing that you might want to think about for now, you want the highest caloric count and highest vitamin count on the vegetables and the fruits that you have available.
Yes, you want your food to be nutritionally dense.
Because when we're talking about a situation where you can't go and get stuff, you want to be able to have it so it's nutritionally dense, because that also improves your immune. And it also keeps you healthier, so you're not so
keeps you
tired.
fuller longer.
Correct.
So you don't eat as much.
Right. So things like
Go ahead. Goji berries, broccoli, your leafy greens, garbanzo beans are really great. They're nutritionally dense. They're high in protein, high in fiber, and let's see what else.
Well, we want to talk about the lettuces.
All legumes, actually.
Correct.
Yeah.
For the most part, all legumes. You might want to do some romaine lettuce. Stay away from the iceberg lettuce that you buy in the store.
Iceberg lettuce is nothing but water and a tiny bit of fiber.
It's really useless.
You want your more nutritionally dense greens like chard, romaine, oak leaf lettuce,
kale.
Collard,
I know a lot of people don't like kale, but
turnips. I love kale.
Yeah.
There's another thing that you might try. Why don't you get one of your seaweed packs?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yes. Ooh, seaweed is good. I like
seaweed is really, really good. And believe it or not, it's a great snack. And they come in these packs. Rowan's going to go get one to show you. But they're also nutritionally dense. It's a very good source. And yes, sometimes it's like you think you're eating just nothing because it really melts in your mouth. Think about sushi wraps. But it's really, really, really good.
And they're high in iodine, so it helps your thyroid.
Awesome.
Right?
I'm gonna eat this.
I figured you would as soon as you got one. What about the ice cream? Oh, never mind. The other thing that if you, you know what? I'm with you, Chad. Coffee. Yeah. Coffee and colored orange.
Well,
What do you
someone
got?
told me not long ago they said I need coffee for myself, and I said, well, I need it for you because otherwise you might die. Don't mess me about my coffee. Staff
The
server.
other thing, the other thing you might want to think about, if you have the wherewithal to move toward more, okay, like if you can get yourself real free range chickens, which means coming, like if you were local here, you'd come here and you could buy broilers from me and know that they're free range and that they're not full of stuff, right? Making farm fresh eggs, anything. And I know it's more difficult for real city dwellers, but if you can get out to community farm type places or farmers markets and start cultivating those individuals and start purchasing some of that, that will make it easier in the long run. I will also tell you, if you have a Amish community that's local to you, figure out a way to not be an Englisher with them. There are many opportunities for you to be able to at least purchase things from their markets. Because what's really important here, what's really important to understand is to figure out who your neighbors are.
Who your good neighbors
Who your good neighbors are. Use that good old Ozark term. I don't know about his religion, but I just know that he's a good neighbor. Help your neighbors find those connections, build some kind of local-ish community, and start sharing the resources. Now, I know in the city it's a little different. Of course, if you're in New York City, which is a collection of neighborhoods anyway, it doesn't really matter. You're already friends with everybody who lives on top of the other bodegas because you can't help but hear everything anyway. Yeah, really everything, even at night. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, you got it. You're all smirking, so we got that.
Yep.
And it was correct by the FCC. I didn't say anything. Okay.
Nope.
So these are the things. So just to recap, we have a list that we've given you of things that you can have. I will be sending you want to take time to do some kind of harmony and balancing thing every morning, connection to deity, whatever it is, just to put yourself in the right headspace. You want to try to source as much materially as possible from farmers markets, etc. You want to have about a week's supply of everything that we talked about. And if you don't know how to do things like making bread, making jams, things like that, figure it out now. Not when you need to.
Right.
Figure that out now. The other thing, as everybody already knows, that if things are such that you need to get out, the address is in there. This is one of the official places for y'all to come to.
Yep.
So,
and before we go into the Q&A, I would like to go over an everyday carry list in about 2 minutes.
Yes.
Multi-tool, paracord, pocket knife, compass, a reliable fire starter, and one of these. It's called a Silcock key, 4-way Silcock key, about $6 on Amazon, $5 or $6. You can get it in a hardware store also. I do believe they sell them there.
Yeah, they do. That's where I got mine.
This is for opening bibs on the outside of municipal buildings for getting fresh, potable water.
Correct.
In case of emergencies.
Right.
Because trust me, ain't nobody gonna be saying nothing when they're like, "Where's the water at?" And you just happen to have a Silcock key that can get to the municipal building down the road.
Yeah. Now the other thing is, a lot of municipalities do have potable water that is available to their community. You need to ask, figure out where that's at. For instance, in New Hampshire, when I lived in Exeter, New Hampshire, we couldn't they wouldn't give us potable water from the spigot at the courthouse. However, there was an open spring from a closed spring water company that the city owned the property, and so they let the water from the spring come out of a pipe, and they gave everybody that location. So when you needed potable water, you can go there. Here in West Plains, it is on the side of the old courthouse. But it's important to know where that is because every municipality will give it to you if necessary. Potable water is one of the few things you can always get.
Right.
So
and it's find out now.
Right. And really that's, the overarching thing, if you take nothing else from tonight, is that do these things now. Figure them out now. So that, and get these things together. Your go bag, like Liz was talking about, a lot of the things that are on this on the spreadsheet that we have, those are pretty much a series of go bags of what you need to have. What you're going to want to make sure is that in that go bag, you have a couple of changes of clothes and put them in plastic bags. Mm-hmm. And you know what? It's not terrible. Open the corner of that Ziploc bag and suck it in so you get all the air out of it, and then seal it like you do with your good food. And it also makes it wrap better. So a couple of things of a couple of changes of clothing, a map, a compass. On that map, if it's you need to get and you're coming here, have the route marked out on the map how to get here.
Also, spend your resources, your time, your energy and your money on things that'll get you more resources.
Right. Like seeds, right? Water purification. You don't need to waste your money on a whole big fancy water purification system that you're not going to want to carry in the damn bag anyway.
If you have a way to boil water.
Right. So you know what? Here's mine. Just grab take a fire starter. Yeah. Right. Because the lighter may not work when it's cold, but that fire starter is going to work. The other thing is, practice starting the fire with the fire starter now.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's it. That's what this is all about. Be prepared now for the eventuality. Okay.
And bringing redundancies with you is also key. And if you are an out of shape person like me, I've been researching the amount a go bag should weigh that you're going to be carrying on your back if you have to truck it 50 miles on foot or 100 miles on foot. No more than 20% of your body weight or 30 pounds, whichever is less. If you work out for at least 3 hours a week, it should be, I think it was no more than 30% of your body weight or 40 pounds,
45.
Whichever is 45 pounds, whichever is less.
Yeah. Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay. So we have video that I also have the spreadsheet. I'm going to take the chat where I have everybody's email address, and I can send you some others. We'll send you some of that other stuff as well. Mm-hmm. Yes, because Zoom will copy the chat as well. Mr. Pagan World Meetings. Ed, you got anything to add for us this evening?
No, I think this is a really great start. I thought you did a great job. I do think as people get into it, I do think we need to make sure we understand we're not doing this out of panic. We're not talking about prepping. We're talking about resiliency, which is a big difference.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's why we kind of avoided the term prepping, because this is planning. This is getting ahead of the ball.
This is becoming sustainable.
Right.
Yes, and becoming sustainable. Exactly. And changing our mode of living.
And there's a dozen different ways now in our society that we can face these crises without being a big major crisis, but being local. I mean, we've seen the earthquakes, we've seen the weather storms that knock out electricity, we've seen road blockages, and all sorts of weather conditions. So this isn't really about a lot of people may start, oh, you're trying to prepare for war or thing. We have all sorts of little things that happen every day. You know, plane accidents taking out grids. I mean, that has happened.
2 years ago in Nashville, a tornado knocked out power for part of the city for 5 days.
Yep. And you know, the ice storm took out the entirety of Texas for 2 weeks.
We got stuck across the river for 3 days.
Yep. Yep. And at the same time, while we were stuck across the river 3 days, two people were living here on the property, and they were stuck on the property for those same 3 days because everything was cut off around us. So that's why this is about being prepared, not about panic. So I really appreciate everybody's time tonight. I will start processing recording. Of course, soon as this is done, I'll do some tweaking to it. And then Liz and I will figure out where we're going to upload it to and give you all access to it. Well, Liz, myself, and Ed, of course.
Yeah.
Mary, let me assign that to our growing communications officer, Mary. To where it's posting.
Okay.
I mean, we got.
Well, it's to where it's being saved was the.
Oh, we'll work on that. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I have plenty of room in my Google Drive.
I've got all the room for where it needs to be stored.
Oh, okay. Well, then
I've got.
I thought
almost unlimited storage on my drives as well.
Yeah, me too.
But
and the thing is that what I was more concerned is that I thought that particularly Liz and Ed should talk about is like where do we want to post it?
Everywhere. Everywhere.
So I think we can use Pagan World as a source because it can be shared out everywhere.
Yeah.
We can set that down. That's what it probably is. We have a group on there, and that can be shared out to all across social media. We have a Facebook group. I think Liz is running Discord.
Yeah.
We got a lot of space. We eat a lot of real estate.
We got it.
Yeah, we do. We have
something big was going to happen, so it has. For any of you who may not have heard, the Supreme Court overturned Roe. So now that new battle begins. I'm going to take my little purse off. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that first, and then we're going to just dive into some tower time stuff. It's interesting to me. I'm often the person at festivals who gets a significant piece of information, and then the next class is my class. I was at a festival when there was that terrible shooting in Pittsburgh at the synagogue, and for whatever reason at the festival grounds, only T-Mobile came in, and everybody else had a cool service. I had T-Mobile, so I knew before anybody else did that this thing had happened, and then I had to go to teach a class. So I went down and broke it to a lot of people, some of whom were Jewish, and many of whom were from Pittsburgh. So if you did not know that, I hope I broke that in a way that feels safe-ish to you. But the reality is nothing is safe at this point, and probably never. So that is a wonderful segue into Tower Time. And I want to read you a thing I just posted by Marge Piercy. It's called Right to Life. I will choose what enters me, what becomes flesh of my flesh. Without choice, no politics, no ethics lives. I am not your cornfield, not your uranium mine, not your calf for fattening, not your cow for milking. You may not use me as your factory. Priests and legislators do not hold shares in my womb or my mind. This is my body. If I give it to you, I want it back. My life is a non-negotiable demand. And that's called Right to Life by Marge Piercy. So here we are in this beautiful place. Listen to that. Looking for love, looking for love. Or telling everybody to stay away from their love. So I'm going to give you a brief intro into what Tower Time is. I know some of you know. So I'll do a little intro and then we'll get right to what happens now. So I appreciate the segue from this cataclysmic but not unlooked for event. I think most of us thought it would happen in July rather than June, but we're talking a matter of weeks, of days difference. We all knew this was coming. It was inevitable once the previous administration had stacked the Supreme Court the way it had been stacked. So if you all take a nice deep breath, let's all do that. I expect we'll have people wandering in as we go. Just keep another nice deep breath. And go ahead and ground yourself, however you best do that. I still do that old-fashioned thing of the little roots coming out from the bottoms of my feet, and they go into the soil. And as they go deeper into the soil, they expand and grow stronger. And there I am at last, rooted like a tree, like any one of these great trees, these hickories and oaks and poplars. And breathe. And breathe. Hard on the heels of some of the witch wars of the 1990s, which some of you will remember. Towards the end of the 1990s, there were witch wars all over the country, where these large covens were imploding and sometimes exploding. And it came to me, and I am not the only one, but it came to me that we were in a time when top-down systems are collapsing again. I think it's global. I think it is a human time, not a historical time for any one country or group. And I think we're looking at the collapse of top-down systems that have basically been in place for about 6,000 years. If you do not know Gerda Lerner's book, The Creation of Patriarchy, get yourself a copy of it. It's readily available, used for about 99 cents on Biblio. It's a wonderful book that explains how we got to where we got in these 6,000 years. I am a tarot reader. I've been reading cards now since before the Nixon administration. And I call this time Tower Time based on the card in the tarot. So Tower Time is when these top-down systems, many of which are 6,000 years old, are collapsing again. Now, they've collapsed many times in the past, many times. I am not being your crazy, well, I am being your crazy, but I'm not being that crazy millennialist that's like, it's all going down, look out, look out, look out. It happens periodically. This happens periodically. And what we inevitably do as the towers are collapsing is that we're so used to that shape. We're used to strong, powerful people on top and everybody else here working to uphold the system that we inevitably just replace the person on the top of the pyramid because that guy was just a jackass, but we got this really smart person now, and they're going to save us. It's the same savior complex that drives the Abrahamic religion. The problem is not who's on top of the pyramid. The problem is the structure. No one is served by that structure, though the structure is efficient, elegant. We all love pyramids, don't we? We love to see the pyramid at Giza, how beautiful that is. As a system of dominance, it is unsurpassed. But as a system that serves all within it, and not just the people within it, but all of nature, all of being, it is disastrous. So we wait until the collapse happens. An example that I think most people can see is what we call that 100-year period from the late 1600s to the late 1700s, where we saw these empires and monarchies one after another collapse. That's when our own experiment in governance began during the age of so-called enlightenment. You have to wonder how much enlightenment there was when so many people were enslaved in so many various ways. But the system of government those people, those landed rich men put into place, was a good form of government as far as getting everyone served, ultimately, even if it didn't serve everyone in the beginning. Any system, though, is susceptible to corruption, and that's what has happened in the American experiment. Painful levels of corruption. What has happened to us is we have seen these collapses from afar. I mean, imagine the French looking at what was going on in the United States and going, "Oh, mon Dieu, so terrible for the English, those pigs." And never realizing that 10 years later, heads literally would roll. So we see it happen and we go, "Oh, that's really too bad. Thank goodness it's not us." Inevitably, it is us, and it is us now. It is us right now. So what happens when the collapse happens is that it's fast, stop, and then it recalibrates. And people go, "Okay, all right, no, we got this. No, that was just an aberration. It's all going to be fine." And then it's like an elevator slowly dropping from the 400th floor. Down, stop, down, stop, down, stop. But we see it in everything that is hierarchically structured. We see it certainly in government. We see it in religion. We see it in education. We see it in healthcare. Any system that is built like that is now collapsing. And it is incumbent on all of us to create the new system before the damn thing completely collapses and we go, "Oh, well, he looks like a nice guy. Maybe he'll be our savior this time." And we just build the whole thing again, which we do all the time. And I want to be clear. I refer to these systems as patriarchy, and I'm looking at all the men in this group, and I want you to be sure that this is not about men. This is about systems. And it is easy to see what 6,000 years of these systems have done to the environment, to the earth, to people of color, to women, to children. It is harder to see what it's done to the people who are ostensibly on the top, which at this point in our history is mostly white men. Everyone suffers in these systems, everyone. It may not be apparent, but absolutely everyone suffers. And they are detrimental to everything, including human progress, however you want to define that. People often, when I'm talking about tower time, they go, "Oh, but we have to do whatever we can to save Western civilization." I'm not sure that Western civilization isn't the problem. I'm not sure if the thing that we really need ultimately to take down is Western civilization. Because it may be that the civilizing of us, which happened in the Middle East, is the thing that now haunts us and relentlessly keeps us in this loop. That is not the healthy loop of creation, destruction, creation, but in this kind of mired place of trying to preserve something that is non-preservable and putting our energy into that without looking out to the expansive and new horizon. So we are in tower time now. I've been talking about it since about 2000, and I foolishly thought when the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center went down, it was like, there it is, writ large as life, it's tower time, don't you see it? Well, here we are, 21 years later, and I'm still going, but tower time, don't you see it? Don't you see it? I feel like John the Baptist crying in the wilderness sometimes. Though there are more people talking about tower time and about this inevitable collapse than there ever were. And how can we not talk about it? It is everywhere. We see it all the time. You were saying earlier that you're now doing adjunct work. Well, the whole university system now, anything good in the university, anything valuable is being pulled out so that people are losing tenure and classes are being taught by adjuncts who are paid dearly.
Oh, we get 2 nickels and some lint.
Absolutely. And that slightly chewed gum.
There's a little bit.
Come on, you get that
The whole
too.
thing's held up by toothpicks.
Yeah, and not even sturdy ones, not even the really high class ones, the ones you get at Dollar Tree. Those
I'm the Dollar Tree toothpick. That's
yeah,
me.
absolutely. And everything, if you look at it, everything is like that. I think I can say this without crying, but I'm not making any promises from here forward that I don't cry like a baby, because I only cry when I'm really mad. So look out. When Uvalde happened, and we had been looking for years at heavily armored police departments going after people, killing innocent people, killing mildly guilty people, killing. And those bastards in all their damn Kevlar just standing outside waiting for something to happen. It's like, you're not even playing true to form. Shouldn't you bust in there and kill a bunch of teachers and the assailants? Isn't that the way you people operate? No. They just waited with their hands crossed. I mean, we have not yet heard the story of what happened there, and we probably never will. The media is the same way. If I read one more fucking article about Meghan Markle and Prince Dickface, I am just going to scream. My feed is full of this useless information. So we get to be filled up with useless information. I know more about the ass size of a Kardashian woman than I know about the parts per million of E. coli in my closest river. And why is that? Do we think that's unintentional? No. Deep breath. Deep breath. So that's what tower time is. We're in it. It's not like Mercury retrograde. It's not like, 3.5 weeks and my car will be fine again and I can communicate with my spouse. This is a long, rolling disaster, which is actually good for us. If it was a fast calamity, well, like the thing that happened today, but that was a slow rolling disaster too. If it was a fast calamity, we wouldn't have time to do what we need to do, but it's not. Slow rolling. So I'm going to give you some ideas of things you can do in tower time, because what inevitably happens to us is we get so much information that we freeze up. It's too much. We can't carry it. We can't hold it. We can't process it. And then there's another article about Kim Kardashian's large ass. So I'm going to suggest to you, if you are if you are someone who takes in a lot of social media, to limit your social media, to cut out the BS people. We all have them. It's that person you went to high school with, and you kind of love them, and you had some good times, and that was the first person you ever got drunk with, blah, blah, blah. And they just say the most inane, ridiculous stuff. Let them go. Let them go with love. Or not. I don't care.
Thank you for joining us for our first block of programming. This will repeat through today and will be replaced by fresh programming tomorrow. So I want to thank you all for being here today and joining us, and I hope you can continue to enjoy it. This will now repeat. We'll start over, and then we start again tomorrow. We're going to have fresh programming every day. So quite a challenge. Join us today. And if you want to become a volunteer, Pagan World TV at gmail.com. Blessings. And